And we should be live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the judging stream. So, as you can probably tell, we're going to be looking at all of the characters from the workshop jam. Just going through them all. Trying to... so, I guess there's some things I should explain about this stream. If you don't know what the workshop jam was, I hosted a jam with a prize pool attached. And what we did was we just gave people a month, make whatever character they want, and now we're gonna grade all of them, and the top people will receive a little bit of money, which is gonna be super cool. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do this as best I can to just kind of keep things moving, because I'd like to have this as a replay with timestamps so people can come in and check and see how their characters did. And because of that, we are going to go in order of submission date. So we're going to go from the earliest submitted character to the latest submitted character. So, yeah. So, let's just hop into it. I don't really know if there's much more to say. I guess I should say one thing, is that I'm not actually going to be putting numbers down. I obviously have to when I'm judging, because that's how we're going to judge it. But for the purpose of the stream, there's not going to be any numbers put down. So what you're going to see instead is I'm going to tell you what I like about the character, what I don't like about the character, and I'm just going to basically form notes. So I have done some testing on a bunch of these characters, so I'm not going to play too much with all of them. Although I'm going to give you enough that I can see it, and if there's anything that I have questions on, I'll be looking at more. There is no contest. It's Fedora Man wins. True. So, alright, let's start by looking at Snek. Snek is a very interesting character. I do think Snek is interesting. They're definitely one of the hardest ones to rate, and we're already starting off with them. We're off to a very good start already. So the thing with Snek is they don't play like a normal character. So that's one of the biggest problems with them when I'm talking about them, is that they don't play like anything. So it's definitely kind of hard to figure out what I'm going to do with them, but we'll get to that. So their gimmick, as you can probably see here, is... See, as I'm hitting them around and pushing them, and they also get pushed around by me just walking into them. But every time I attack, I lose things, and then if I bump into a wall, I die instantly. The character does have kill power, which is a surprising thing, but it's very funny. Because you can definitely do stuff like that, so they can kill. It's the question of, how do I even really judge this character? I have to think about that. Not sure how I'm going to judge this, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in due time. But I think I've explained pretty much everything you need to know. There is no taunt. No taunt, but I'm going to try to finish this match, because I do need to check something with all the characters, because I do have one pet peeve that I want to test, which is, does this character have a victory theme? Does it have specials? No, you have one attack, which is the bite. The bite of 87. So far, I mean, my impressions of the character are it's Snek. There's not really much to talk about. They got the game feel. I was gonna talk about that. I don't know. It's very hard to talk about Snek's game feel, because there's a couple things that I think Snek should do that Snek doesn't do. I think I'm going to try to judge this character as if they were not Snek and they were any other character. At the bite of... So yeah, we're gonna treat them like they're any other character. So I think game feel wise, the biggest problem I have is, and I know this is kind of weird, because, well, obviously there's stuff like that can happen where you just clip into the stage, and that's not very Snek-like. But the thing with it is, I think the problem is, if you've played Slither.io, which is just an upgrade of the modern Snake game, one of the interesting things that Slither.io does that I think is really, really cool is when you're playing Slither.io, you can like put someone in a box and then crush them. But there's no real reason to put someone in a box because they don't take any sort of penalty for it. It'd be fun if they had a real lose condition, possibly, but I mean, they do have the risk and reward of the bigger you get, the more you have to just burn and like mess people up. But the problem is, yeah, they basically have no real reason to just camp, or no real reason to not just camp. But at the end of the day, they do have stuff. They are very interesting. I think I have enough that I can start writing down notes. So, the things about Snek that I like is, and I'm just writing these down for me. The things I like about Snek is they're very unorthodox. Such a cool concept that breaks all of the rules of Rivals. They're faithful to the source material. So, I don't know if that counts. I'm not going to put faithful to the source material. I'm going to put interacts with players. I like that it interacts with players. But things that I don't like are there's no taunt. Moveset's incredibly limited. And then I'm trying to think of what else. There's a lot of things about this character that are not great. Oh yeah, no victory music. And then just... it's generally unsatisfying to get big. I think that's the big thing, is that there's no real reason to get big. Why would you get big when you just are faster? But... yeah, so we just started, for those who are just tuning in. So yeah, so again, reiterate in a better place, so if someone's watching the replay, Snek is a super unorthodox character, they interact with players well, but the problem is that there's no real reason to get their main win con, which is getting big, and they don't have a lot else going on, so there's not much to talk about. Oh yeah, also their animations are basically non-existent. But they're very funny, so they get points there. Now we move on to... and I think the thing is to keep in mind is that a lot of these characters are like really early on. So these early on characters were submitted in the first few days. So they don't have a ton of polish, but they are very cool. Hey Bear, good to see ya. So let's move on to Hugh. Hugh is a character that has a lot of things I really like and a lot of things that I don't. I think the visuals immediately stand out as very off to me because they're like, they look very like, I don't know if it's mixeled. I honestly can't tell from my eye, but it definitely looks very much like the lines are not smooth on this character. Like I do forward tilt and you can see how he just kind of moves out of it. So art aside, which I think art is probably one of the weaker aspects of this character, as well as sound design. Like that. That has no sound to signify. So art and sound design, not too great. But this character does have some cool stuff, so I'm not going to ignore that. Their wall jump does damage, which is pretty clever. Yeah, they're very rough around the edges, but I don't think they're terrible. I think that's the thing. I guess I should have clarified this at the beginning too. Because I'm gonna be very critical of all of the characters today, and it's not that I don't like them, because I love all of them. But the problem is that I obviously have to pick a winner. I do have to pick a winner, so because of that, I have to be a little more critical to get through these and find the ones that I think are the best. Hugh's block is a very interesting idea on paper, but I think that there's a lot that's hard to interact with. Like, it's supposed to be there to help you wall jump, and it definitely can. But like, why would I do this when I have other ways of moving around instead? Like, I can't reposition the block once it's out, so once it's out, it kind of stops interacting with the kit, which is really weird to me. Also, you can only charge some of the strongs. So, there's definitely some stuff I really like about this character, but I think I think the biggest thing that they lose is they have almost no polish to them. Like their moves are neat. I think their concepts are really cool. I like the block a lot. Wait, hang on. Oh, I thought you could like infinite with it. That definitely seems really broken. Okay, I mean we're not judging for balance, but that does not feel like how it should work. That definitely does not feel like how it should work. But does he have a victory theme? Still uses the default one. Wow. So yeah, alright. Again, I think I have enough. I don't have to look too much at this character. I am going to check one more thing. We are going to go to training mode with this character. Because there is one thing I want to check, which is how smooth are the animations. If I go frame by frame here and do... Well, I did dash attack. I meant to do forward tilt, but... He transitions to it smoothly. Let's do forward tilt. Could use a few more keyframes, but overall, not terrible. I really like that move. I think a lot of the animation is generally not bad. I think the art itself could use work, but I think the animation is pretty solid overall. What about... Okay, that's a little rough. But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go with. Yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna do it. The overall art itself is rough, but the way it moves, that's a little rough. But way it moves is okay. So that's how we're gonna look at this. So Hugh... I'm having a hard time already going through this. Should have made this a little easier to navigate for me in my notes. Hugh is not unorthodox, really. I think that that's one of the big problems, that they're not all that unorthodox. They have 2 wall jumps and they do damage, but it's not that exciting. Sound, like, hit sounds are kind of off, so that's kind of a polish thing. Art is rough. Animations are solid. I'm trying to think of like some things that I think are really good. How's it going? Hey Knuckles, we basically just started right now, so we're on Hugh, and then we'll be moving to Hurt and Hitbox next. We're going in order of submission. The art's rough, the animations are solid. Like, box feels tricky to use. Moveset is generally cohesive. Those are my thoughts on it. So yeah, I'm gonna repeat pretty much every time I get through this, because a lot of it is me thinking of things, so then I can kind of give you what I put down. So I don't think Hugh's very unorthodox, and I think his sounds are definitely off. I think the art itself is rough, but the animations are not bad. The box is usable. The box is tricky. It feels better to just mash it than it does to just use it how you're supposed to. But I do think overall the moveset feels really good, and the character feels good to move around with, which is super important. So, Hugh, got a lot of problems with him, but I do think he's pretty solid for what he is. So, yeah. I think art is going to be where he gets hit the hardest. I think his moveset's super basic. I forgot about creativity. I need to put that in there too, is that his moves are basic, not super inspired. So, yeah. Okay, let's go with Hurt and Hitbox next, because they're next up. I didn't sort my characters. I probably should have. So it's going to be kind of a bit of wondering, but that's okay. This character is interesting. I like this character. I think they've got a lot of things that they do well, and then a lot of things... I think that's going to be the first couple for a while, is that there's stuff that I really like about these characters, and then there's stuff that's just kind of rough. The gimmick of this character is that they have a constant hitbox. I think it's much less of an issue than it was before, because before... when we first released, they could just basically do whatever. That's the problem. There we go. That's a problematic move. Is rolling and parrying, having it is unorthodox, but it's definitely not very fun, like, to play against. Because, now it's not wanting to do it, but I can still do it off of that. But I know, does up B still, like, murder you, like, instantly? I'm trying to find it. I know up B used to be just insanely broken. It doesn't seem to be. Seems to be reasonable now. But I don't think that wouldn't be a thing. I don't know why I'm looking at balance, because I said I wasn't, and now I'm like, what is the balance of this character like? But it doesn't really matter what the balance is. Although they do feel, like, very awkward to play, I feel. A lot of their moves are kind of reliant on just hitting people with always active hitboxes, but their damage doesn't... Their damage is high, but their actual kill power is pretty low. Balance does kind of matter for game feel, but I feel like it's more like, is there a tool that's over-centralized? I don't think there is. Well, actually, that might be. Can I hit fall jump? Actually, like, unironically, I need to check that. You can hit fall a regular jump. That's so funny. It's actually a really interesting piece of tech because of the gimmick. That means I can, like, just jump and hit fall from pretty much anywhere as long as I get near the opponent. Moves give Sambert vibes. They definitely feel very Sambert-y. Yeah, I don't think that the moves themselves are super inspired. I think that's one of the big things. I'm not sure if they're 100% Sandbert, but they're definitely not very inspired. Like, probably the most inspired move in the kit, at least to me, if I can do it, is, well, there's a couple. There's this, which I think is hilarious. I love this move. You just place a hitbox down, and placing it down, the opponent walks on it, they get spiked. It's pretty funny. But then there's up air, which if I can do it, I'd like to show up air. It's a grab, which is neat. But I think none of these moves really convey, like, things about, like, being a hurt box. Like, if I had like a move where I could become a yellow hurt box and do something with that or something, it could be funny. Or just use all of the hurt box types. Just add some extra gimmicks with it. I think this might be the only jam character with Mixels. I'm gonna be real, and I'm actually going... Well, first off, that's not true because Fedora guy. I'm actually going to be nice about the Mixels, and I'm not going to say that the Mixels are the problem with the animations. Although I do think that there is some very weird motion, as Buttercup just said. They do have a victory theme. But the reason that I think the Mixels are fine is, and let me go into training mode as I formulate my thoughts. The reason I think the Mixels are fine is if I turn on hitboxes, they're not one-to-one either. So at the very least you can argue, hey, it's source accurate. But yeah, generally the only thing that moves is the actual hitbox itself, not the hurtbox. Which does look pretty awkward. And what is even happening in this move? This move has, like, no motion. Transparency is definitely an issue, too. I don't think it's that bad because of what it was trying to go for. But at the same time, I think it accomplishes what it wants to go for in terms of art. But I think in terms of animation, it falls apart. Also, does my wave dash hurt? Does my wave dash stun people? We're gonna on a patch to make them better when the jam is over. That's a good idea. I hope you consider to work on them because I do like what you got going on so far. But yeah, overall, I think the character. I think I do have enough to formulate my thoughts here. So yeah, let me go. So I think the premise is super creative. So I think the premise is really, really cool. I like the premise. I do think that the art is rough, but fits the character. Animation could use work, could use more motion. What else do I think? I meant to say how you should improve the character. I think consider making more moves. Think about how hitboxes work in game and like try to think of moves that do that work with them more. Like having multiple hitboxes could be cool, or multiple hurtboxes. Do some like hitbox shifting. There's definitely a lot of mechanics that you can think about of what a hitbox does that can do stuff. So yeah, moveset is fairly basic. Polish. So polish. I don't think the character is very polished. I'm sorry. They have a victory theme though. Not super polished. Missing sounds. Has a victory. Is there anything that I haven't touched on? No, I think I got all the things that I need. Hey, Vizard, good to see ya. We're just starting off, so you're not too far behind. We've only been going for like 20 minutes, and we've gotten through 3 characters. So, what I think about Hurt and Hitbox is that they're a super creative character. I love the idea. I do think that the art is a little rough. I feel like they feel... I didn't put game feel. Game feel is... like, it's kind of hard to get things to link because your opponent can... They have some interesting tech due to the gimmick, but the problem is that generally the opponent, ironically, can just tech out of most things you do because of how it works. Oh yeah, I should put the rolling too. Rolling stuns. But what am I looking for? Oh yeah, that tech vulnerable to tech rolls. So yeah, I think that they're pretty solid. You had a really good idea. But at the end of the day, I do think that there's a couple of things that could use work. But I definitely don't think that you made a bad character or anything. I do think that you did a really good job, and I hope you continue to improve on this character. Again, I think all you really need to do is look at some of the moves, think about how to make them more interesting and how to make them move a little better. But yeah, let's move on to Regigigas. So I did move this one. I believe that this one doesn't have a jam build or anything, so we're just gonna go straight to my Nintendo category. And okay, I'm just gonna be real with you here. I'm just spoiler alert. I am 100% biased towards this character because I love this character. I've been playing this character a lot. I've been having so much fun with Reggie. There's a lot of things I have to say about this character. So, for those that aren't familiar with Reggie, you have a minute and 30 seconds where you are absolutely garbage. And for that minute and 30 seconds, see, I hit him with a huge grab and he went nowhere. That's because I have slow start. So my moves are slower, I'm weaker, I'm generally not someone who's going to be able to do much. But my move set is designed so that I have some slightly faster moves to keep people out. I have neutral special, which if I can combo into it from a neutral special, I have up air. Actually, I'm curious about something. Okay, no, you can't. I have up air, which is a really good juggle tool. I do think it's kind of weird that the move is a juggle, but it works. It just definitely feels... I think that's the one negative I have with Reggie, is I think that some of the moves feel like they're a little weak, they're a little strong, or they feel like a little weaker than the animation lets on. Because up strong looks incredibly powerful, and then you hit it and it's like a little head bump. Yeah, it definitely looks a lot stronger than that. And I might get a kill here, which is not impossible. I guess I can kill with it, but it doesn't feel like it kills as much. So I'm about to hit the deadline. When I hit the deadline, I get a whole lot more stuff. Or I don't even get new moves, it's just all my moves get significantly better. That could have been an interesting thing, that you get new stuff. But I do think that for what they are, I think they do everything they need to fine. Also, up B is a pretty interesting approach tool. They have this Falcon Punch, which is, you know, it's a Falcon Punch. Pretty good. But I think that's overall, this character is, it's kind of hard just to say too much negative about him because he's super solid all around. But yeah. The taunt is like the rawest thing ever. Okay, so let me, again, I'm going to go into training mode for a bit. Just I like going into training mode. It's a good place to formulate my thoughts and check anything while I'm thinking about things. So let's think about this. All right. So, Regigigas. There is one thing that I've heard, and I want to check for myself, which is some of Reggie's animations are a little rough, is from what I've heard. That goes, like, almost immediately into the animation, but I don't think it's too bad. I don't think any of this is bad. I'm just trying to look, just to see if there's anything I can critique. I think that they're definitely solid. The startup is a little jarring, but I don't think it's bad, even especially in motion. Also, oh no, that was like a spike. You didn't... I guess I didn't miss the judging of my child? No, you did not. We'll get to him a little bit later. Up... There we go. Up air. Up air. All of the animations look okay to me. Actually, I think there is one that I've heard specifically about. No, that looks clean. I don't know what people are on about. So I think some of the aerials... I'm gonna put that as a thing. Actually, let me get a reference. Let me get a reference here, because I'm going to use a reference for, say, because I don't know Basecast that well. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna see, does Reggie? No. Okay, that is, yep. I can formulate that. So I can say that. So I have one criticism I can give Reggie. So the one criticism I can give him is his startup frames are a little weird. Because he doesn't really look like he's going into the move at all. He just kind of looks like he's doing it. And neutral special used to be called Focus Blast instead of Focus Punch. So he just kind of... But yeah, I think I have enough. So the character... So here's one of the biggest things about this character is the game feel. Actually, let me start with how the theming. I think that slow start is unorthodox, but not much else. I do think that they're pretty basic outside of that, but I think it's a cool mechanic. The character is really big, but looks really good. And then I think startup would be better. I just forget the word 2D avatar. Yeah, I have what they call a PNG tuber now, so I can push buttons and I can do things. Yeah. Startup could be better. What am I looking for? I don't know what I'm looking for. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, I'm looking for game feel. So here's the most interesting thing about Regigigas, and I think it's one of the most interesting. Regigigas is just he like gameplay wise, he sucks. Like he's so bad, he will lose almost everything. But he feels amazing to play. So I think that's just incredible that they managed to pull that off. So I'm gonna give him high marks for that. That he is super low tier, but feels amazing. I think that's something that is super hard to do, and that, like, it's not necessarily good that he's low tier, but the fact that he feels good without actually being, like, overly good, I think is such an accomplishment, and it's such a hard thing to do, and it's absolutely going to reflect on the game feel score. Creativity. It's I mean, again, this is one that I do have to take points off on. I really don't want to, but the moveset, there is one thing that I think is super, super cool, and I will give him points for, which is these two specials in particular are super awesome and cool, but everything else is not, like, super unique. But overall, I do think that it's a solid set, but not super unique. So I'm going to put that. Works well, not super unique outside of two specials. And then polish. Actually, no, I have one thing I have to say about polish. I was going to say just the fact that there's that extra taunt is such attention to detail. There is one thing I have to give polish. We'll check it. This is my polish score. I think the character is... I'm not going to take too many points off of polish, because otherwise this character is good. Oh, wait, I didn't push the buttons. Yeah, sorry. But, yeah, I think that sometimes the spikes break, but other than that, polish is good. I'll put that down. Spikes break sometimes, otherwise good polish. My judging in order of the collection that I made, I am judging actually in the order that they were submitted. So there's some characters who are earlier in the collection that are later because they actually got submitted later than they were added to the collection. So, yeah. But, yeah. So that's Regigigas. I do really like Regigigas. It's kind of hard to... Yeah, I'm going to in the order of the form. So, let's go to Lynk. Lynk is the only one that was out of order because I just put them in there. I don't know why I did. But I put them in early, so they're a little bit earlier than they actually were submitted. But, I should put... Alright, Lynk. Lynk I haven't played too much of, I'm going to be honest. So I'm going to take a little bit of time and just play a little bit of them. It's not going to be too long, because again, I want to keep going, and I can change some stuff up later. So understand that this should be pretty good. I guess I'll go with that one. I think that would work right for the Spanish. I don't know the exact... My Spanish is very limited, but that sounds right as the Spanish for it. But yeah, you pronounce it Lynk, yeah. Lynk from Persona. So, this character, I know a couple of things about them. Well, obviously they're a Psy character, so they got Psy stuff going on. So, they've got a couple of things. They have this wheel that they can place down and then teleport to, which is super cool. Oh yeah, they can taunt, which is cool. Also, the wheel just kind of does that sometimes. It can float, which is super cool. Which, the float lets them do any action in the air, including parry. Wave dash? Okay, no, they can wave dash out of float, but they can't wave dash during a float, which makes sense. Wait, hang on. I do have one question on their recovery, because let's assume I don't have wheel on stage. Okay, yes, you can double jump off of that, so that's definitely going to be super useful for them. So, I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's too bad. It does look like my game is lagging a bit, but I'm not going to take points off for that, because that's obviously on me. They have a giant laser, which has a couple levels of charge. Do all of them have a couple levels of charge? They do. Yes, so they all have 3 levels of charge, which is super cool. Seems kind of weird, but I don't even know what happened there. But, yeah. And then you can hit this around, too. Neutral special destroy restores double jump, but itself doesn't restore on wall jump. But I'm trying to think of what else there is. Oh yeah, there's that big laser. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's like really important to talk about before I just hit buttons and see what happens. I think their kill power on their strongs is kind of low, but it makes sense because they're more gimmicks. There is one thing I haven't really looked at, which is the moveset without the wheel. So I'm gonna get rid of the wheel, and I'm just gonna try moving around with regular Link for a bit. They are a 2-in-1 character, which is definitely something to be noted. Looks like their moves are relatively the same, just without the wheel, so it's not like you necessarily want to not have it, but it's definitely you can still fight without it. But I think generally the strat is going to end up being to try to use the wheel. How do I, like, get rid of the wheel? I know I was able to throw it with something. Is it back air? Like, charge back air or something? I know you can just throw it with any of the moves. Oh, and you can throw it in 8 directions, too. But you can't teleport to it in 8 directions. Or is it that my up throw isn't up? No, it is straight up. That's a weird thing. The moves are faster without wheel? Gotcha. Okay. That's something I do think I will point out, is that it's weird that I have a mechanic that teaches me one thing and then I can't use it universally to do that thing. Oh, the wheel auto throws after 3 normals. Okay, thank you. Gotcha, that makes sense. Also, their wall jump goes down, which is kind of weird, but... Okay. The wheel looks like 3 glow sticks. It's definitely heavily inspired by Izanami from BlazBlue, which a lot of it is, and BlazBlue is like my favorite game of all time, so I'm obviously going to give points for that, so yeah. But, again, let's just talk about Link for a bit. So, the wall jump is definitely unorthodox. But I think my question is, how does that synergize with the kit? Like, everything else, I can definitely see how it synergizes. It'd be cool if you had some sort of grounded specials or something that you could use in the air. Wasn't originally based off of Izanami? Well, they definitely have Izanami stuff, and they use them in the portrait. I don't think they're entirely based on it. One special without wheel? Oh yeah, the laser? Yeah. They also have funny taunt. And then, do they have a down taunt? No. But, okay, I do think I have enough to do that. I think that they definitely have some stuff that is super... So, unorthodox level, I think the overall moves are unorthodox, but the concept itself is not, if that makes sense. So, like, the character themselves is, like, a super simple concept. Or not even simple. I can't say simple. It's a side character. The concepts are always bonkers, but, like, the Strongs are, like, nutty. They're so crazy for this. Like, even for a side character, these Strongs are really bizarre, which is good. But yeah, so there's that. I'm pretty sure the animations are smooth, but I'm just gonna check them just to be here. Yeah, the animations definitely, it's a side character. The animations are super smooth. The animations are always gonna be good. I think the moves are unorthodox, the concept is not. Game feel wise, I think Strongs hurt my eyes. I think that is something that I'm gonna have to point out too. Like, this move is like, actually let me look at my audio. So I'm gonna look at my audio and see where it goes. So So, like, I hit those, and it's not that bad. But that seems super loud for no reason. I think that's the one thing I will say. I don't hate the effects. I don't think they're too bad. But I think specifically the sounds are a bit much. So I am going to take that. Animations are fun. The animations definitely look like they're... Here's the thing, is I think sometimes with animations I have to look at the theme of them, is how I'm going to look at it. And the whole point is all of the moves are basically designed around the ring. So you not having the ring, it looks weird, but that's kind of the point, is that they look like, oh hey, this is not something that this character should be doing. Maybe that's just me, but that's how I feel. So that's what I'm gonna count it on. So moves are unorthodox, concept is not. Character has some strange choices. Wall jump, and then directional throw, but not teleport. I think that's my biggest thing that I can talk about with this is, don't get me wrong, I do love this character. I do think this character is pretty cool, but there is one thing that I think has a bit of an issue, and I mentioned this already, but again, the thing with the wheel also, does it not come back automatically? Oh, you have to hit someone to bring it back. That's actually pretty cool. But the one thing is when you throw the wheel, you can just throw it like that. So if I want to throw the wheel diagonally, I can throw the wheel diagonally. If I want to return to the wheel diagonally, I cannot. So I think that's my problem. I think End Special could use more synergy. You can do strongs in the air, which is really cool. But I don't think that there's a lot of synergy like a character like Chef 2 does. I think animations are solid. I don't think the animations are like amazing, but I think they're solid, and they fit the character for sure. I'm trying to think of what else there is to say here. I'm very bad at describing animations. Oh, that's interesting. So you like... I like how they added the cool slide-off thing. Where you, like, have Coyote Time. I think Coyote Time is a cool mechanic, but character's got a lot of little sub-gimmicks, but I think that there's not really a cohesive one. But I do think that they're creative. Am I almost finished with Lynk? I am. I'm basically wrapping it up right now. So, I think the moves are super creative, but not necessarily forming a cohesive picture. How many characters were made for this jam? 34. So we're going to be here for a bit, though a lot of these I'm not going to have a ton to say about, or I already know a lot about. Lynk was one that I wasn't completely sure. And if I have time at the end, it's not like 1 a.m., I do want to look at Beryl as well, because Beryl is cool. And Beryl just barely missed the jam by a day, so I do want to at least look at him. So we got animations, we got creativity, and I think polish. Character is, they do look pretty polished. I think, actually no, I think the sound effects are a bit loud. But other than that, polish is good. There we go. So Lynk, we are now done with. And I see we have tape, and then we move into some of the more infamous ones. We'll get to those. And I don't mean infamous as in bad, I mean infamous as in... Well, if you saw BK's stream, you probably know which one I'm talking about. They're right after it. But I'm not going to spoil it for those of you who don't know who I'm talking about. Bajinji should get first place. Bajinji wasn't even a jam character. That's the funniest part. We had Anyi and Bajinji, and neither of them were jam characters. But they were both, like, super unorthodox. So let's talk about Tape. Tape is a character that I have very strong opinions on. I'm gonna be honest, I have some very strong opinions on Tape. So, first off, I think visually this character is stunning. I love the way this character looks. I guess I'm already talking about that. I need to talk about what Tape does first. So let me start by talking about what Tape does, before I go into my very strong opinions on Tape. So Tape, to start, is a very, very standard character overall in terms of moves. But they do have one big gimmick, which is that they can hop out of the dispenser, and then they become a complete, or not a completely separate character, but a lot of their moves are relatively different in execution. It's basically like Pyra and Mithra, but if Pyra was designed to be a transitional state, that you want to stay in Pyra for some things, but generally being in Pyra grants you better access to your tools to just become Mithra. Generally, the idea is to switch between them frequently, because if you're... So, normally if I do down special, it just goes down. If I'm in the dispenser, I get this hop up, and I believe it has a little bit more power to it as well. I'm not doing a good job of showing stuff, because I'm just getting smacked around by Shovel Knight here. It is an interesting thing, though. I think stance changes take a lot of work. I definitely think that any stance change character for this jam, which we had a lot of, surprisingly, is like a huge accomplishment because of how long it would take to make a stance change character. But I think the visuals look super nice. So, I guess I can start talking about the things that aren't, even though we're not in training mode yet. The biggest problem I have is the source material. I don't mean I hate Origami King. I mean, let me explain to you guys how tape works to you. In Origami King. So in Origami King, Tape starts in this dispenser form, and the dispenser form has armor. You can't hit Tape until you hit him enough times and get him out of the armor. Also, you can up B twice in the Tape. But then once he gets out of the armor, he becomes a super crazy character who places tape on the field that limits the ways you can move. And I think that's the biggest thing, is there's no indication of Tape's... Tape's gimmick would be interesting in Rivals. But I think there's no indication of what Tape originally did. It's just Tape because he's Tape, and Tape is funny. So... it is from Origami King, yes. So I think I have pretty good idea of Tape. I think I'm gonna check the animations just to be safe, but I think they're pretty clean. Like, I can even tell without looking at them that they're super clean. I mean, not look without looking, but like, you look at any of these and they look super clean. So I think Tape, moveset, is somewhat uninspired, but animations are godlike. I think the animations are so good. SB's animations are great. Trying to think of what else there is to say here. Did I have this character in the Nintendo category? That's what I did. So I think Dance Switch is creative, works well. I don't have a lot of notes for this character, because I think this character is all around solid. I think this character is a good character, but not a good jam character. I think that's my explanation. Is that they're a fantastic character, but they're not a great jam character, because I think that their moveset is not all that creative. And it's not even that it's a bad moveset. Don't get me wrong. His moveset is not at all bad. And again, I'm really nitpicking here. If it sounds like I'm nitpicking, it's because I 100% am. I struggle to say Tape is a bad character, because Tape is awesome. But I do think that his moveset is super plain. And I think that's really all I have to say, is that moveset is somewhat uninspired. He's creative, works well. Character is super polished, and that's really all I have to say. Like, I don't have any critiques of Tape as a character, but I think as a jam character, I think that there could have been more done. But overall, Yeah. I think tape, that's pretty much all I got to say. I don't have I said I had a lot of opinions, but then it's not. I heard PK King made a new character. Yes, they're near the end of the list, so stay tuned for that. Oh boy. So we're actually going to start in training mode for this one. Just because I need to explain this character to you guys, and there's no way that I can explain this character without showing you this. So, this is Phasmophobia Ghost Hunter. Now, Phasmophobia Ghost Hunter is kind of the opposite of tape. Phasmophobia Ghost Hunter is, like, quite literally the opposite. Everything I just said about tape, completely flip it on its head. Phasmophobia guy is a fantastic jam character, but a terrible regular character. So, I'm gonna just summarize as we go through the pages, so I'm not gonna have you read all of this. But basically, this character does not have a recovery, nor do they have take knockback. Instead, they have sanity, which basically functions as a health bar. They can recover it by doing certain actions, most notably up strong. To start even playing the character, you need to push up special. That's the only way you can do that, is you need to push up special to even start playing the character. Then the character needs to gather evidence. And then you just push buttons and start the ghost hunt, which is really cool. You have a bunch of different gears that all do various things. There is one big thing I need to point out here, which is one of the big problems that this character is going to suffer in my rating, which is, let me just read this section. The EMF reader is the default end special. To gain evidence with it, simply hit an opponent. There is a 1 in 5 chance to gather evidence from this. I think that this should have been either hit them 3 times or even just hit them once, even though that would be kind of nuts. I think the problem is the fact that it's RNG on a character who's already so complicated to play makes you feel like it doesn't feel intuitive at all. If you did something and then you were immediately like, okay, this works. I can learn this. I can figure this out. But the fact that it's RNG makes an already difficult to play character even more insane. So there's a counter. You have the thermometer. Got the UV light. I mean, you generally have one that's RNG and one that's safe but harder. But I think even the regular one should not be RNG. And then thermometer. Thermometer is really fun. I like it because you just walk around in the middle of the fight. I think thermometer is so funny. Like, let me show you thermometer real quick. Actually, no, I'm gonna get through this. So we got the books. This is also a chance, and it's really good when it works, but it never does. So basically, the whole goal of this character is to get 3 pieces of evidence and then summon a ghost. When you summon a ghost, you can finally attack people, but you only have it for a short period of time. But it's not all that useful because you generally can't kill someone off of it unless you're really good. But then there's a lot of achievements you can do to give you more time and make it easier to kill, which there's a lot. Survive a ghost hunt, trigger a hunt while sanity is above 80%, hit 15 attacks, die during a hunt, hit a dash attack, hit a F strong, hit all 5 charges of F strong, use F strong. Basically, a lot of things you need to do. And then that's the gist of it. So, yeah. So, okay, that's so much to take in. Let me go into an actual match and just show you all of this nonsense. So, I'm gonna go my favorite color, Luigi. I think the thing you need to is that's a lot to take in, and I completely understand that. So, let me walk you through it in an actual match here. So, normally, I have no specials right now, and the reason I don't have specials is I didn't use the book. Didn't use my up special to get my tools out. So I have normals, but I don't have specials. So I need to get my tools out. If I push up special, I get my tools out. Yes, that means I do not have a recovery. So there is no way to get back if I fall off. Now I have a bone there, so I'm going to use that and take a picture of it to gain my sanity back. And I do have evidence to collect now. And I immediately got it first try, so I have that evidence now. Now I'm going to use my thermometer. So I'm just going to walk around. Not really going to worry about my opponent hitting me, because, I got the thermometer. Yep, okay, now I got the thermometer reading. Why did that freeze? Actual question, why did that freeze? Does the thermometer freeze if it's cold? So I'm just gonna walk over here, trying to bait my opponent into it, and now I have hunt mode. So now I can kill people. But note, I don't really have enough time to do much, and I don't want to go off stage because I don't have a recovery. So basically it boils down to, and that's my biggest problem with the character, is that this character boils down to trying to switch my gear. Now I'm insane, so let me use my holy item. Basically what's happening is I have evidence, and I need to use that evidence. So I'm just going to spam this until he attacks me, but he's not going to because the AI refuses to. There we go. And then I can place a camera down, take pictures of him. Like, you see how difficult this is to understand? It's very hard to explain to people. My sanity is almost done. I'm probably only going to play one stock with this character. That's how slow they are. I think that they need to be way faster. Oh, and I'm dead, because, you know. Let me walk around. Yeah, this character is not Rivals. They're very interesting, but they're definitely not a Rivals character. I think for what they were going for, they are sick. But I think there's so much that is just like, yeah. They don't look fun. I think that they're fun for what they are. But I think if you look into it in the context of, I want to play a Rivals character, you are not going to have fun with this character. I think as their own game mode, it's very interesting. I think that's the biggest thing, is to me, that's how I feel, is on their own, as its own game mode, it's pretty interesting. But it does take quite a while, so we're not gonna do this much longer. Get a forward strong, end our suffering, and yeah. The game asks for unorthodox, and Phasmophobia gives unorthodox, and that is why you are getting high marks in unorthodox, and yeah. So let me put my stuff down. Super unorthodox. There's no way that I can give this character anything more than like full points in unorthodox. They do what they wanted to well. Actually, no, I can't even say that. I'm sorry. RNG is too much on top of being confusing. So unfortunately, I have to say that. I think that they're already super confusing to play. But the fact that you throw RNG on top of it, it just doesn't work. Like, I don't think that it's a good combination at all. Believe it or not, they're probably not even the most complicated character yet. We will get there. What else is there? I guess animations. Animations are fine. They're not super... They're passable. They're not amazing. They're passable. They're not like Psy animations. There definitely could be more secondary motion. Yeah, there's another character. There is one that's more... Hey, Professor Fern, thank you for the $1. But yeah, there is actually a character more confusing in my opinion. But I think there's no secondary motion on a lot of their stuff, but the primary motion is solid, so I can't be too mad. I do think that they could use more attacks too, more aerials. Even if they could just use their grounded normals in the air, it would be fine. Could use more aerials. Primary motion and art is good. No secondary motion. What else is there to talk about? I guess polish. Characters got a lot of mechanics that I've never had any bugs with them, and they have so much going on. I'm just going to say they pretty much are full marks on polish, too. Character has a ton of gimmicks and somehow doesn't break. So, yeah. I think that's pretty much what I got. Who's more confusing than Phasmophobia Hunter? Well, artists spoiled it. It's a Lyra. It's a Lyra. I think that's how you pronounce it. You'll see a Lyra. That character, there's so much I have to explain about that character when I get to them. Aleria, that's their name. I've not looked at Parkan yet. We will get to Parkan. Parkan is, I think, 5 past this one. Okay, this next one is going to be a quickie, because I have not much to say, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to play this character very long. I'm sorry. Let me explain Warboard. I've played enough of Warboard that I think I can formulate a pretty good opinion. So, this character has seeds. You have to push down special to build seeds. They have, like, no sound effects on anything. They have Bird Luigi dash attack, but nothing to really go into out of it. They can't do anything without seeds. They don't have an up B without seeds. And you can't gather seeds in the air, so you basically have to turtle with this character. They don't really have much theming to them. Because, like, they can't even, like, move like a bird does, which you could argue is unorthodox, but it just doesn't fit the character at all. I think this character, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry for spoiling, but no, you're alright. Scama, I was looking at Lynk and I was back. Yeah, Lynk I had a lot to go over, but now we're on someone else. But yeah, I think I have enough to talk about this character. I'll look at animations in training mode, but I'm sorry, this character had concepts that I don't think are bad, but they don't feel Poundland Bird Guy. I'm gonna go default color while I'm talking about him. So my biggest thing with this character is they're a bit disappointing. Just that they don't feel that good. Their moves are really weird, and they have cooldown on normals, which, you know, that walk is actually pretty good. The walk animation is actually surprisingly good. I don't think that the animations are all that bad. I'm gonna look at them a little closer. Okay, never mind. They need startup. Let me be fair to them. Let me be fair to them. Nope. No. Animation is... I think the base sprite is nice. Some of the movement actually is pretty nice. But the actual attacks are not nice. So I have pretty much everything I need to know about this character. Super basic resource management. Not fun to play. I guess I said the characters that I like have issues with, I should explain the problems with them. So I will explain that. If you have a character that's super resource focused, one, they need good options without that resource. Like, what am I supposed to do if my opponent is approaching me? Like, legitimately. I don't have options to deal with them without using my stuff. My jab takes 3 seeds to place down. Like, I don't have any options to, like, punish an opponent approaching me. We'll get to why Aleria, I think, is more confusing than Phasmophobia, but... So... Yeah, you have such an arbitrary stock, too. The order of the submissions is the same one you used in the May highlights video. No, I threw the May highlights video. The way I try to do it is characters that share a vague theme. Also, what? That doesn't make any sense. So I gain it, like, the numbering makes no sense. That's something else. HUD makes no sense. Kill options are too limited. Sprites, the one thing I will compliment this character on really well is sprites. Base sprite looks good. Animations need startup. Trying to think of what else. Why the long face? I mean, you'll see this character. What characters have I judged so far? We have looked at Snek, Hugh, Hurt and Hitbox, Regigigas, Lynk, Tape, Phasmophobia, Ghost Hunter, and now Warboard. And then I think Polish. I mean, come on, this character needs work. Actually, there is one thing I need to check, and we're just gonna... I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to play more of this character. I'm sorry, I don't want to be this mean. This is probably one of the characters that I'm the most, like, rough around. They have a win theme, right? They could have that, so I will give them points for that. Oh, of course. I actually like this win theme a lot. So, yeah, I think that's all I have to say about Warboard. Is they have a win theme, but they need polish elsewhere. They're okay at best. They're not terrible. They definitely have some things that I really like, but I don't want to play them. Like, that's the biggest thing, is if I actively don't want to play the character, I think that's, like, an instant miss from me. Because every other, like, and I'm sorry to say that, but that's just how it is. So, now we have one of my favorite... I can't say one of my favorites. I don't want to spoil yet, but I do absolutely adore the concept of this character. They are so weird. So, there's a lot going on with them. So this character is up there too. This is probably the second most complex, or actually no, they're the third most complex. This character is the third most complex, so I love this character. This character, in concept, is really, really cool. We'll talk about execution as we go into this. So, let me explain. I am two characters at the same time. This is not Ice Climbers. I am not two of the same character. I am two separate characters at the same time. Now, this has a lot of good implications and a lot of very rough implications. Both characters on their own are pretty unorthodox too. So, Money is a slow grappler anemone, which in concept is kind of neat. And then Cash is a clownfish who has to like run around. And it's so hard to describe Cash. He's a super armor. He has super low range, but he's a rushdown with super armor. But if his bubble pops, he's super vulnerable to being killed. So you have to bring his bubble back. You can strengthen his bubble or recharge it with a up strong or up air with money. So there is generally ways to get them back, but generally the way that they're going to work is that Cash is going to be your front line. He's going to jump in and swing in, and then Money is going to cover you from the back. And generally, they do cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. They also have rollout, which is really funny, but it's such an awkward input. That's the one thing I can say. No way this character made without thinking about Finding Nemo. Dino Bros, who made this character, is an A and O main, and it absolutely shows. Which one is the main one you control? It's Money, the anemone. So the game does have some mechanics to kind of help us adjust it. Like, if you notice there, Cash was moving really slow. That's intentional. Cash will actually slow down so that Money can catch up. So if you're too far away, Cash is gonna slow down. But who do you KO of the two? You KO Money, because Cash has, like, ways to infinitely recharge. So Money is the one that you have to KO. But I have a lot of stuff I want to talk about with this character. You don't have to KO them both, but I have a lot of stuff to talk about with this character. There's so much to go over. We have a lot of, like, the ones I have a lot of thoughts on early on. Your internet is dying, you'll be back? Alright, see ya. There's a little bit of lag just because duo character while I'm streaming. Lol. And I'm streaming with the stream preview, so I could technically turn that off, but I don't know what all my inputs are yet, so I want to make sure I'm using them so I can change them right. So, what do I think about this character? I think that the concept is super unorthodox. If you told me, hey, I made a clownfish that's a rushdown with 0 range but has super armor, I would have said, okay, I already am sold. This is a super unorthodox character. But then you're like, oh yeah, I also put an anemone that does things. I do have some problems with the game design though. I will say that. Unfortunately, I do have some stuff that I have to say is, like, not good. And I apologize for saying that, but there is some stuff that I do think has to be brought up here. And it's mainly The main issue is that all of Money's specials, with the exception of, or Cash's specials, with the exception of one, Pop the Bubble. And popping the bubble is the last thing you want to do with Cash. I think that's one of the biggest issues, is that Cash's moveset feels very contrary to the rest of the kit. Specifically the specials. Everything else I think is super solid on them. This move still absolute. I think this is the other thing. How much damage does this do? Can you DI out of it? I don't want to say that. I'm going to test that out. Okay, you can DI out. Never mind. But Side B is very strong, though. I'm fine with that, but the fact that you're already controlling two characters, and you have to not only do that, but you actively are putting one of them in danger, I think is too much to keep track of. Art. I think the art, there's obviously some stuff that could be improved, but I definitely think the art is actually pretty solid. I think the art on these two is fantastic. The smears, especially on some of the moves, are a little awkward. Like, that feels very jagged. But I think overall, the animations are super good. Money is very good on his own, yes. Both of them can do well on their own. So I think what I'm going to say is... alone, both are unorthodox. But together they're even more unorthodox. Art smears are funky, but art good otherwise. You missed Warboard, and now we're finishing up Cash and Money. There is one thing I did not mention about the game feel that I don't know if it's a necessary evil, but I don't like. Which is that they kind of... Sometimes it feels like the game assists you too much. Like, sometimes it'll feel like the game, in trying to avoid you not dying, will lead to you not being able to control them super well. I think that the aim assist is too generous. I do think that it's good that it's there. But yeah, I think Money moves are perfect. Cash specials could use rework. There is what I consider aim assist. So basically what I'm talking about when I say aim assist is they will slow down a little bit to average each other. Actually, I'm going to hold forward. I'm holding forward. Note how Cash tries to air dodge. So if I do that and then I run back, he'll automatically try to get back on stage. But there he popped his own bubble. So there's definitely some things that are like, it ends up being so much aim assist that the game will sometimes do things that you don't want to do, which I think is a little bit much. I think that's my big issue with it. So I will say that. What else is there? Creativity. This character is super creative. I think character just goes above and beyond with the idea. And I mean, Polish, you made a duo character. You made a duo character that just does everything. Like, this character is so good in terms of that. It's like, you made a duo character in the jam, they feel good. This character is about as polished as I could ask. Duo character. Okay, we're on to another favorite of mine. We have so many bangers one after the other coming up. So the one that's coming up is Carcossant. So Carcossant, oh boy, I love this character. So I have a lot to talk about with Carcossant. So on paper, Carcossant seems very basic. And it's because they are a little bit. I will have to say that their mechanics are a little bit orthodox. They're definitely like close. They're very close to what I would consider a perfect score in unorthodox, but they're a little bit orthodox because their mechanic is not intrinsically it's tied to them, but it's not something that's always going to come into play. And that's the why did Barr get skipped? Barr has not come up yet. Barr is coming. Barr is on here. It's just it's in order of the form submission. So Barr was actually submitted last minute. So without getting into specifics, how do I like I Am Meen? We'll get to I Am Meen. I'm trying to stay in order here just so that I can timestamp it all later. But Carcossant, now I have strongs because I have 2 eyes. Because I have 2 eyes, again, I have slightly stronger stuff. But I do lose access to the funny slide Dacus. Or slide dash attack cancel up tilt. But I do get dash attack cancel down strong. Or not dash attack. The super wave dash. You can do up smash out of super wave dash. And then you can kind of do down smash, but it's not good. Oh, I'm stuck in the explaining. I mean, I'm still explaining, so deal with it. Nah, I'll change it back. I can move him around, so I'm still getting used to that, so I apologize. There's gonna be some of me just getting stuck and stuff, but I'll move him around a little bit, because I have to manually control all that. But, so the one thing that I think is super cool, and we're just gonna let the timer run out. I love this. I absolutely love this. I think it's so funny. You just gotta see this. Just watch. I'm gonna dodge a little bit, duck and weave. And sometimes you just die because you accidentally gave your soul to the cultist. So how do you not get killed by the Eldritch Monster? You eat your opponents instead. Which gives you a tier of upgrades, but at the same time also stops you from going any further. So it can be good, especially on the 2nd tier. But raunchy. I think maybe you should lose it on parry, or maybe the timer should go up on parry. I think that would be a very interesting counterplay. Order of submission instead of going into release, which means Barr should have came well before. Yeah, sorry, it's all good. I'm going in order of submission, because that's how I have them set up. Wind theme is good. A lot of this is super good. So I think there's not much to... I said there was a lot to say, and now I'm like, there's not much to say. There's a couple of things I do want to check. I think animation is one that I always hear. I don't know. I think animation is fine. I'm not the best judge of animation, so this is going to be one that I'm generous on. I think animation is very good. Even the moves that look like they might be a little bit more... That's a little rough. But I think animations are overall good. Song gangs until I take him to fire capital. Camping him. So, Carcossant. Gimmick is unorthodox, but not always encompassing. I think the one thing I can definitely say that I want on Carcossant, I love Carcossant, but I think the one thing I would like is I would like if the opponent had more counterplay. If parrying Carcossant made the meter go up, I think that would be so funny. I think it would, especially with the changes to how it works. Like, if I set my opponent to 999 and just smack them, I get meter back, which means that they basically never die now, unless they really look for it. So giving the opponent a way to lower the timer, I think would help a lot. What else is there? I didn't even look at the specials too much. They're pretty overall okay. I think that neutral special can be a little jarring to the game feel, but other than that, I think it's okay. Because, like, neutral special does so much weird stuff for no reason. Like, I should... Is that automatic? I'm gonna check that. Okay, it's not automatic. That's okay. So I have to hold it? Yeah, okay, if I hold it, I teleport, so... Is that the case with just throwing it, too? I don't think there's any way to just get it. Tap, throw it, though. So I think level 3 and special is weird, but I think other than that, the game feel is really good. I think animations are good. Love the design. Super cool. It's a super cool way to make a basic character unorthodox. Yeah. So yeah, it's super cool. So it is a really good way to make a basic character unorthodox, but I do think that they still overall, and I think polish, I love this character. I think all of there's no real issues I have with the polish. The FX are good, sounds are good. Polish, good. Okay. I'm trying to go a little bit faster now, because we do have a lot of characters to go through. Remember, said something about Aramata being a character. That's being worked on by JPEG, who I think is in chat, but they've just kind of started them. I don't think they're that far along. Henry Stickmin. Henry man. Where is Henry? I gotta find him, because I did not sort my stuff, because I am smart. There he is. But, yeah, let's talk about Henry Stickmin. Henry Stickmin, also a character I haven't played as much as I would have liked, but I do think I have enough experience with him to form an opinion. So I think like a lot of people said, his moveset is good. He's definitely... I think he's another case like Tate, just to already say that. His moveset is really good, and I think that this character is gonna go wild outside of the jam. But I think his moveset is pretty standard for what it is. Kind of weird. I think that's one thing that I can immediately say. Is the... Stickmin. The thing with Stickmin is a lot of... There is one thing that I can comment about the game feel that I think is a downside, is I think it's fine that the diamond breaks. I know some people don't like that the diamond breaks. I think it's totally fine the diamond breaks. The diamond should not break if I'm trying to hit it. That feels really weird. It should break as soon as it hits the ground. That's how I feel. So, but other than that, let's talk specials. We got a laser. We got dynamite, even though I didn't use it right there, and you got teleporter. Teleporter is really funny. I guess there is one other thing that I haven't talked about, which I'm not a huge fan of that particular noise. Why is diamond not unbreakable? Because, you know, diamond, it's only not crash. It's not unbreakable. I think jab is actually really interesting for this character. It's big, it kills. I think game feel wise, this character's pretty darn solid. There's not many complaints I have. I just think that they should have leaned a little bit more into the crazy. Like, honestly, the one thing that I think would have been really cool on this character is if all of the specials were menus. Like, if all of the specials were menus to some level, I think that would have gone a long way for how unorthodox they are. But the fact that they only have one menu, I think, is where I, like, am drawing the line. That I know that it would have had a lot more difficulty to it, but even if there was no real synergy, I think having the menu do more, or giving him more menus would be funny. But yeah, I think I've said pretty much it, and we'll go the funny skin. We'll break chat for a bit. We'll go suspicious spaceman, and And like I've been doing for these, I'll go to Henry's stage. Or I could go to the Amogus stage. But no, we'll go to Henry's. There we go. Henry Stickmin had more menus, he would have been the hero of Rivals. I think Kit is super solid. Not very unorthodox. Diamond... Diamond should break on land, not hit. Normals feel good. I think the one thing I do need to check is the art. Or not art, animations, because I think the art looks fine. Animations are pretty good. I think that they're pretty fire. I think animations are pretty solid all around. They got Moonophone. There is one thing that I didn't show that I think is a good idea, which is that... Actually, that doesn't do anything. But the specials all interact in with the diamond in some way, but only the laser has a really cool interaction. A bear, though? A bear has a rough anim? I don't think it's that bad. I think it looks clean. Or you mean that it just looks good? I think the animations look really good. Stickmin. They're very much referential to the source material, but they're very good. Normals feel good. Diamond should have more interaction. Or menus should be expanded. I think it's a good interpretation of the character. But it's not that unorthodox. I said that already, but not perfect for Gen. Okay. I think that's all I have to say about Henry Stickmin. Just, I think if he had more specials, he'd be really good, but I do think that the character overall, when Henry used a chainsaw, probably somewhere. Might be completing the mission, because I haven't played that one. Stickmin. And completing the mission has a lot of choices, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was that one. One of the fails of completing the mission? Okay. But I think this character overall, I guess that's my take, is, again, they're a very good character, and I think they're going to go super well. But they're not great jam character. I think the only thing that I could think of is if they were a jam character leaning into more, they should have had more specials that either interacted with the diamond or just more menus. I think menu is such an interesting gimmick. But a lot of the other specials are pretty basic. But yeah. Every special should have 3 options. That's how I think. And now we're on to one that people were asking about, finally. We are on to Parkan. Alright. I know people are going to ask. I need to show y'all, because I know people are going to ask about this. Which is Parkan's character select. You see, it actually moves around, and it's really cool. But it'll snap back as soon as I pick a color. So... yeah, Parkan has quickly become a fan favorite, and it's not surprising to see why. I like that Parkan has the Psy color palette. But, yeah, let me show Parkan. I like Parkan quite a bit. So, let me talk about Parkan. There's a lot. I think this character is super... I think this character plays very well into the Moji trend, and that a lot of the characters that are based on Moji have like ideas of trying to outdo. I think it's not even trying to outdo. It's the thing that Parkan does specifically is there's a lot of moves that are like staples of the stop sign characters that Parkan has, but he specifically has them in a way that outdoes them. Like Moji Bake has a down tilt like that, but it doesn't go nearly as far and isn't nearly as insane. which I think it's good that it's crazier. So you place down this parking lot. You can do a lot of stuff with the parking lot. If I place that down, I can try to hit him into that, but I don't know if it's going to happen, so I'm just going to reposition it. The first off is I can actually attack with the other side of the lot, which is interesting, but it doesn't always come up a lot. The main reason you want to build the lot is... I'm trying to hit him with it just to show that you can, yeah. The main reason to build the lot is your strongs. All of your strongs use the lot, and it's very interesting. Like a sigh emoji, kinda. This character's super cool. Boom. As always, I think V-Man's coding is godlike. I think there's so much stuff that this character does that is just insane. Oh yeah, the other thing about the parking space that I haven't shown yet is you can... So one of the interesting things about it is you don't have a traditional recovery. You have this weird, like, swing move that's not all that good for recovering. But you have this weird, like, command dash instead. And you can actually wave land on your platform to, like, boost off of it. So you can do something like that and just slide back to stage from off stage. This character has so much going on. And then you just shoves you in a bus and throws you away. But yeah, there's so much that this character does. Absolutely adore this character. Absolutely, absolutely adore this character. Let's talk about him a bit more. Let's see. Alright, let's look at this. We got the funny slide. Spike up tilt. Yeah, up tilt does spike, which is really funny. I do like that. It's definitely wacky. I think theming wise, this character made perfect sense. But at first glance, they seemed like a safe pick. Like everybody's done stop signs before. Everyone and their mother has seen a stop sign or a stop sign concept. They're not that unique of a character idea anymore. But I think the execution of the character takes a lot of the same concepts as the other ones, but plays them to such an interesting degree. They're a bit too slow to do too much of anything. You can, like... I mean, I don't think so. I think you just gotta kind of have to know how to move with them, but look at that. Look at how fast that goes. Like, if I just short hop, neutral special... The stage is, like, mine now. And even if I can't do that, I can, like... And then the main thing is that they are intentionally a bit slower, because a lot of their goal is to kind of control space. They can build that down special. That down special, if it hits anybody, ever, I can do it, brings them right to there. Imagine if Yep was a character, that'd be cool. So I do think that their moveset feels really good. They feel good to move around with. I'm trying to think. There's definitely some critiques I can think about with the way the moveset works. I think a couple of the moves are super awkward. Like dash attack. Not a huge fan of dash attack, especially when up tilt exists and does basically the same thing, but without the super awkward momentum to it. Forget about Yep. I want Yep. I agree. But yeah, I think the normals have super awkward momentum to them somewhat. But I do think that the character takes skill, but I think they can be learned. I think recovery has no reason to be that weird, though. Like, this does not feel like a recovery move. And I don't think it interacts with the kit at all. Could be completely wrong on that. I know V-Man is in chat if he would like to correct me, but I don't think that this interacts with anything. But, yeah. Also, you can't do anything on the ground. So, let me start writing stuff down. Think character takes obvious concept and runs wild with it. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about animation. Let's talk about animation. How does this character move? I think this character is super, like... The smears are definitely weird, but they make sense. There's definitely secondary motion. I'm not picky about animation. I'm going to say that this character is animated really well. They have secondary motion. Some of their moves are very similar, but that's understandable. They're definitely heavily inspired by emojis, which makes sense. But they are their own thing, a lot of them, too. But I think that... How do these look? Because these are probably going to be the ones that are easy to mess up. So I'm going to look at them. That makes sense. Okay, that's the one criticism I have, is if I'm looking... Yeah, the main recovery isn't up special unless the opponent is trying to hit you off stage. Yeah, that's what I figured. I just think that the move could definitely do more in the kit. But I definitely know that that's how you recover. But I do think overall, character is solid. If I have to... Again, I'm making nitpicks here because I do have to differentiate. I think character takes obvious concept and runs wild with it. Some anims are rather similar. Otherwise, anim is good. I think game feel. I will say, I don't think the character feels too slow. But I do think some of the moves are kind of awkward. So yeah. Moves can be a bit awkward. But move set looks cool. And then up special could use. And then I think polish, it's a V-Man character. Polish or creativity. Creativity I kind of already said with the theming. But I think polish, it's a V-Man character. Coding is top notch. I cannot complain about V-Man coding. V-Man coding is god tier. Like, there's so many little things that this character can do. Like, I love this. Anytime you show anytime I show someone this character, I didn't do it right. First thing I show them is, if I can do it, is this, because it's so funny. Boom. I didn't kill, but... Parkan canon, emoji, and Tomat's lore. I don't think emoji and Tomat really have lore. But yeah, overall, characters are super cool. I think that they're very solid. They're definitely going to get rated highly. There's not a lot I can say other than consider looking at up special a little bit more. That's really the biggest thing I can say. And maybe, this is a big maybe, give this a new animation. Not the car, the charge. The car is fine, it's that the charge is the same as a downstrong charge. What have I judged so far? We've judged... Actually, I'm gonna end with Parkan here, so I can say that. So we judged Snek, Hugh, Hurt and Hitbox, Regigigas, Lynk, Tape, Phasmophobia, Ghost Hunter, Warboard, Cash and Money, Carcossant, Henry Stickmin, Parkan, and now we're moving on to Cosmonaut. Cosmonaut is something. I think you're gonna hear Cosmonaut is the beginning of. This is very weird. I know a lot of people who are judging rated Cosmonaut very high. I'm just gonna spoil you a little bit and say my judging of Cosmonaut is gonna be a little harsher. I've been on that character for a bit. I do have, like, it's probably going to be about 10 minutes per character, if I'm, like, being honest, just because I have a lot to say about all of them, so I'm going to try not to be too much. Oh, this character does have already the peak polish, because I have a Lego Yoda skin, and it has the Lego Yoda scream. I'm going to be the contrarian here, yeah. So, let me explain Cosmonaut's gimmicks. So Cosmonaut's the first thing you'll immediately note is that when I'm moving, my movement is super slow, and that's intentional. Because the way this character works is that as they move around, their mobility is totally as if they're in space. So, yeah. Was it Windows who stopped playing after he saw the shield? So yeah, we'll talk about the shield in a minute. They're very small. Yeah, they're definitely a smaller character, but I think it's fine. Like, the whole point is that they're supposed to look out of, like, an alien and out of place. And I think they're not so small that they're unhittable, but they're small enough that they definitely look out of place, but not necessarily in a, this character is, like, mixed and looks like they were a sprite rep. Was Bumblebomb? Oh. Seriously, he doesn't know about Kazotsky Kick? I know about Kazotsky Kick. I think the polish on this character is fantastic. I'm gonna say that. Polish on this character is fantastic, but there is a couple of things that I have issues with, and we'll talk about those. Black Hole is super cool. I like that it kind of just sucks me in and moves me around. I can also move it with the lander and then detonate it. How many characters did I miss? I don't know. Probably a couple. We just finished Parkan, so I don't know if you were there for that or not, so... This is not gonna be super, super fast. Yoda skin with Yoda sounds. Yeah. So, the first thing you're gonna notice is, and I mean, this is going to be completely honest, this is my inexperience with the character. You're gonna notice that I'm not able to really do much. And the reason is that it feels really awkward to move with this character unless you already know how to move with them. But that leads to the dominant strategy being, well, first off, they do have this, which is really cool, that they can move their air dashes. They move their air dodge, which is a neat concept, so they can curve them a little bit. But that makes the dominant strategy for this character to do this. Up smash out of shield. Also, yeah, this character has a shield. And if you're worried about missing the stream, I will have a VOD of it up, and it will be public. I'm not going to put it in any weird spot, because I think that people do want to see this, and do want to see my thoughts. So, yeah, so, I don't have a lot to do, so I'm going to start talking about this character while we're here. So, if you can't tell, my biggest issue with this character, and my biggest complaint about this character, and it's a complaint that's going to pop up with a couple characters. I'm just going to spoil that already. It's a complaint that is going to pop up with a couple characters. So let's talk about this character's gimmicks. You have a black hole. Black hole slows your movement. And you can move it around, and you can shoot projectiles through it. All of that is super cool. You have this really floaty movement. That floaty movement doesn't really interact with the black hole, but kind of can. Because it does slow around in there, and it can curve you around, so it kind of fits. Then you have the curvable air dodge, which does not keep your momentum, so it starts you to a halt, and you have to rebuild that momentum again, and doesn't interact with the black hole, doesn't interact with the projectile. I think you probably see where this is going. Then you have the shield, which is a shield. Doesn't really interact with the kit at all. It's just a shield for the sake of having a shield. You have... The thing I haven't even talked about yet is you have a spot dodge. It interacts with the shield, but doesn't interact with the rest of the kit. But yeah, basically this character has like 8 billion different gimmicks, and none of them make sense together. I think that's my biggest problem with the game feel of this character, is they have so many gimmicks going on, but they're not cohesive gimmicks. There are characters, and we'll get to them later, that do have a ton of gimmicks going on. But all of those gimmicks, you look at them and you go, these... Actually, I'll give you an example. Cash and Money, we just looked at them. So Cash and Money, they have two characters in one, which both interact with each other. They have a super armor gimmick, which is refilled by the other one hitting them with strongs. They have a bubble that can be popped that, again, you can place a bubble down and get to. You can also move off of those bubbles with money, with some movement tech, and there's so many little things going on that all work together. This character, they don't. I'm sorry to say that, but that's my biggest issue, is the music is super sick, the character select is super sick, the art is super sick, but when you're talking about gameplay, I don't think this character is cohesive. I think that's one of my biggest issues, and I apologize for saying that, because I know so many of the judges are probably going to yell at me, because I know I already watched a lot of them judge this character, and gave him pretty high marks, and it's fair. He's super cool. But I think my problem is the moveset is not at all cohesive. So let's talk about this. So things that it does well. Definitely super unorthodox. So that's true. Definitely super unorthodox. Cosmo time, what did I miss? Basically the gist of it, and we're about to summarize everything I said. So I think the character is super unorthodox. Let me look at animations, because I think that they're good. I think the animations look nice. Yeah, overall animations are good. Animation is good, polish is good. Animation... Let me look at the animations a little bit, because I need to come up with something I can say. Besides just animation good. Okay. That's a bit fast, but I guess it makes sense. That's clean. Movement is clean. Animation is super fire. Down strong? Yeah. I think animation is super good. Character, well, so little polished details. Okay, and now we have the thing that you missed that I was gonna say. And this is where I start to get controversial here, which is, I think this character has so many things going on. Like, I have a black hole. I can move it around. I can float through it. I have super floaty movement. I have that. I have air dash, shuttle loop stuff. It doesn't, I mean, I can wave dash out of it, but I don't even keep my momentum from that. I have a spot dodge. I have a shield. There's so many things going on. So yeah, there's so many things that are going on with this character, and I don't think they combine well. And it just leads to a character... Air dodge does stuff in black hole? Kinda? Okay. I mean, even that's unintentional, but it's like... So many of this character's gimmicks don't feel like they coordinate well. I think that's my biggest issue, is like, the gimmicks are sick, but they don't play nice with each other. Like, why do I have a character that's super mobility based? Yeah, I have a character that's super mobility based, but also has a shield that makes them play stationary. It just doesn't fit. I think that's the biggest problem. Tools have little cohesion. Why? Alright, so I think that's pretty much what I have to say about him. He has a Lego Yoda skin, and he's gonna get huge polish points for that, but I think that the main thing is I don't think his game feel is like all that. Although, wow, we're gonna have 2 in a row. We're gonna have 2 in a row that I think I'm gonna be going super contrary to judges on. And this one is 100% bias, because this is the character. I already know what my numbers are gonna be for this one. I'm just gonna tell you that already. Which is, I'm gonna tell you this already. This is my favorite jam character. Like, if I was rating this 100% based on fun, this character would be number one. Like, hands down, easily my favorite character. I love everything they do. Let me just explain this for you guys. So I started starting with a 2, so I'm gonna just get that out of there. So I have a deck of cards, right? This deck of cards influences my attacks. There, I just got double spike. So I have an idea of what's coming up next. I absolutely know what's going on with this character. They're super, super cool. It immediately conveys to the player that, hey, these cards are super important. You need to understand that you have cards, and you need to figure them out. So, they've got a lot of stuff going on with them. You can place cards down that explode. The one thing I don't like about this character is reverse knockback. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Their move's just good. Anytime you have a face value card, it has unique effects when you throw it. So it synergizes with the kit. I can heal off of that if I time it right. Yeah, I can heal 10% off of that, although it's very hard, so it's not, like, free. Does 10s do anything? I don't remember. I don't think 10s do. No, 10s are a button. So, I think this character... So the thing about this character, and this is where I'm gonna stem from the judges, because I did see what some of the other judges said about this character. Some of the judges are like, this character feels like he would be very hard to combo with, as BK said specifically, that this character is very hard to combo with. So here's the thing, and this is probably where my bias comes in. When I first played this character, I was not aware that there was a menu to learn what all the cards did, and I did not look them up. So I learned all of the cards by playing the character naturally. And I think it's something that just moving around with this character for a bit, you'll immediately understand high cards are good, low cards are usable, but not amazing. And I want to... Generally, my game plan is to throw cards around. But... So... The thing with this... is... I'm just gonna go and say... I know I'm just, like, immediately going to it, but honestly, I have so little to say about this character because everything is so good that I'm just gonna go over the things that are there. So, first off, is this character unorthodox? Yes, look at him. Look at him. He literally has Game & Watch Judge on every move. This character is super unorthodox. You cannot say that this character is not unorthodox. Animations. Some of them are a little stiff, but I don't think it bothers me. Like, I think that they fit the character. There's enough squash and stretch that it always fits. Like, there's always secondary motion. I think that it's never... The only move that I think is, like, really awkward is forward air. But even then, see, he, like, moves back. But I think if there was a little more secondary motion, I could give him perfect marks. If I'm being super generous... If I'm being super, super generous... Like, I'm gonna be generous because I'm biased, but it's like, I have to say at least that. I want to give this character perfect marks, but I know there's some stuff that's like, objectively, I can't give him perfect marks as a judge. I want to be honest and fair, so I'm not gonna give him perfect marks, but I'm gonna give him pretty darn close. Because I think his moveset feels amazing. There is a couple things that he loses on moveset, and I'll give them 2. There's 2 of them, and they're, one of them is very obvious. I will go to explaining this. One of them is very obvious, and I think the other one is less obvious. The one that I think is very, very obvious is, the reverse knockback. Like, if you're trying to follow up, against Darc Sharc, like, let me do that. And let me show you probably one of the most common combos in the game. That, I guess it does work, well, sometimes it doesn't, because he'll just slide out of the way. Because he doesn't go up, he goes back. Which makes it very hard. So I think that's something that is a bit of a problem. But the other thing that I think less people have talked about, but I think I would love to see changed, is when I reverse, my cards become the reverse value. But if I am a player trying to learn Darc Sharc, just picking him up, I'll even check this. Well, even here, see how in here it tells me which card it is, right? But it doesn't change the card on the flare. I think if the game had a card flip effect when you did that on the HUD and showed you what the value was for the reversed side, it would be perfect. But I think those two things are what I have to take points off for. But other than that, I think this character is perfect. So let me just write those in my notes and say that. Oh yeah, and one more thing, because I have to talk about polish. And Buttercup mentioned it in chat already, but the reverse cards should be shown face down because that seems funny. Maybe. Pongasamog.
Hamburger.
But yeah, they all have different. The ones that are all based on characters all have their laughs if they have a laugh. So it's so good. The Jevil Lance. Oh, the Jevil one does too. Yeah. So yeah, I think hella polished. Unorthodox and creative beyond belief. I think. Trying to think of what else I was trying to say. Just super fun to play. They're super fun to play. What else do they do really, really well? I think that the things I need to bring up are the things that they don't do super well, which is reverse knockback, not comp friendly, and then what's the other one? Reverse cards, hard to tell. But yeah, I think those are the big things, and then super polished. So I think I gotta say animations can use a I think getting rid of the reverse knockback is a really good play, because other than that, I think they're great. Alright, it's time for Minecraft Speedman. I know I can say his name, but I'm just going to not to for the joke. I know I think both devs are in chat.
Hey Shanas, wanna see me speedrun?
You wanna see me speedrun? Funny dog. He's got a Brian Griffin ult. Good. But yeah, let's talk about him. So I have a lot of thoughts on this character. Let me just explain what he does. So as you can see, he has 64 blocks. His big mechanic is that he builds for a lot of his moves. So you can, while jumping, you build blocks that can hit the opponent. By using side B, you can move blocks around. You can throw blocks of TNT. You can build things down here. You can throw mine carts. You can place a bed. Basically, you can build. You can build so much. But I think that's really creative. So generally the way that this character is going to work is their kill moves are super strong, but super slow. They probably could stand to be a little bit stronger, honestly. So generally what this character wants to do is lock the opponent down to a place that they have to they have to engage you. Actually, never mind. I think the strongs are strong enough. So basically their goal is to lock the board down. So, like that bed, if they attack near it, they get hit. And I have ender pearls, so I can basically move freely. So I have a crossbow. They're basically the character that I always associate them with. And it's really weird, because I like associate every character that plays like this character, is Fritz from Akatsuki Blitzkampf, which is a really weird comparison to make. But the idea is that I am a very big, movement-heavy character whose goal is to put the opponent in a position where they can't deal with my movement. And then hit them hard. Like that is some really cool stuff. I think this character... Obviously, there is some stuff that I have complaints with, but I do think that this character, especially... I mean this as a complete compliment. I do know the people who've made this character's previous works, and this is gonna sound like a backhanded compliment, and I apologize if it does, because I really genuinely mean it. But compared to the people who made this, their previous works, this character is super, super good. Like, this is a massive step up, and it's a huge improvement, and I really, really hope that you guys polish this character, because I really love what you've got going on. But let me finish the round, and then I can explain what's weird about this character, because there is some stuff I have to talk about. Obviously, I would love to be like, yes, this character's perfect. I'd love to say that about every character, but there is some stuff that needs to be talked about, so I will talk about that in just a bit. Let's place the bed. Boom. Looks satisfying to play? Kinda. We'll talk about that. Let's go. So, yeah, okay. Now we need to talked about the good parts of the character. Now let's talk about a little bit of the bad parts. And I am sorry to be a little bit rough here, but there is some things that I do need to talk about. So, basically, the main issues with this character is I think blocks in general are always going to be polarizing. They're better than starter Volt Rifle, but I think the thing with blocks is the fact actually they don't even last that long. I don't think they're that bad, but I think the fact that you can chain them so well, it's kind of hard to fix, and I know that's going to be easily the trickiest thing to change. Is I think side special blocks specifically should be harder to chain. Like, maybe if they just sent, like, they didn't send anywhere, but they caused knockback, it would be fine. Not knockback, but they caused flinch in the air. So you could, like, do something like that, but not like, get a bunch of them. Or something that prevents you from spamming it. Even honestly, I think, honestly, even it could be, I'm gonna turn infinite blocks on for the sake of this. Better than starter Volt Rifle. So what I'm saying that is, the reason I say that is starter Volt Rifle at launch was basically expend your entire clip, and the opponent can't get out of it. I think the thing is, blocks are definitely one of the big things I have issues with, just because I think they're too spammable, and they're too there. I think the way I would fix it is make it so you can only do it for a bit, and then you can only do it once per airtime. But other than that, they're a fun mechanic. I think the other thing, too, with game feel, is moves are a little slow. You can spam. Hey, I will use it if it's there. I'm just not, like, keen on it. So let me see how fast it takes for this to come out. I'm curious. So this down tilt, which is a pretty important part of the kit, is frame 20. Got against you. I think the problem is a lot of the normals could stand to be a little bit faster. I think their normals are a little bit too slow, but their specials, their strongs, I think are perfect. I think The strongs being slow are good. But, like, how fast is Ender Pearl throwing? Like, legitimately. This could stand to be a little bit faster. Not too much faster, but it could stand to be a little bit faster. But I think that there's definitely stuff that could be made a little faster. Is the big thing. I think that's the biggest thing, is this character needs a little bit more speed on things. Because right now, a lot of their moves are super, super slow. And, like, I get that's the idea, but they're just too slow. But the moves that are good feel really good. Like, oh yeah, up tilt probably could use a little more knockback too. But up strong is super good. Neutral air is really good. Their dash start, yeah, their dash start is the same as crouch, which, I mean, I get that. I think that's goofy and it fits the character. I think that I'm fine with if it was like a little bit easier to see that it was not just crouch. A crawl could be really interesting if you wanted to implement that, but I wouldn't say that he needs it. But yeah, let me put numbers down. Sorry, I'm just, there's a lot of stuff I can talk about with this character. So, are they unorthodox? I think I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give them some unorthodox to them, because I think that their normals are pretty good. Normals are pretty weird, but they're overall, again, they're kind of like Lynk, where they have good, weird normals, but they're not overall weird. Not like up air and forward air being teleports are super good. Numbers are weird, but not inherently hit defining. Okay, one other cool thing about them that I didn't show that I do think is a cool thing, even though it's not something I'm probably going to put down, is that your dash attack is a jump, but you can actually cancel it and do it as like an interesting approach option, which I like. I think movement is really fun. Movement. Cool. I think blocks are overpowering. Empowering moves are a little too strong. Animations are alright, but could be defined further. I think polish. What do I think about the polish of this character? I think the moves are, again, I think some of it is like, I think the polish of this character is like, they've got a lot of really neat ideas to them. Oh, they have that too. I think this character, I will say, is, I don't know if they have like perfect polish, but they don't do anything that's like super amazing, but they are good for what they are, so solid polish, but nothing stands out. Alright, so there's that. Now, let me move on to, again, overall, super solid character. Really like what you did so far, but I do think that they need a little bit of work. Give me 1 second, because my phone is dying. I am taking notes on that. I'll be back. I have returned. Alright. So now we have Ztatic. Did I miss anyone awesome since darting out and in on road sign? You missed Cosmonaut, you missed Darc Sharc, and you missed that boy. Every character so far should have a 0 in Polish, because I haven't heard them say a single Polish word. Alright. Let's go Ztatic. Ztatic is, I have some thoughts already. A lot of these characters, again, I've done some stuff, so I do have some thoughts on them. So that, if they have a, I don't remember if they have a jam build or not, but I think this is the right build, so we're gonna do it. for So, alright. So Ztatic has some really cool stuff. So, okay. So, I've played a little bit, so I do understand a bit of this character. So, basically their gimmick is they have a battery meter. And that battery meter is slowly ticking down. Currently, I'm in, like, basically a light battery state. That's their default state. And now I can charge it up to become a charged battery, which gives me a couple more moves. Lets me do this. And there is a downside, and you're about to see that in a bit. So now I'm in overcharge state. And while I'm in overcharge state, I lose access to my specials, except up special, because otherwise that would be mean. Up special is really cool too. And I'm significantly slower and weaker. So generally I want to avoid that state, but I want to do good things while I have it. And then the other thing is that buff stacks. So I can get up to 3. And when I have up to 3, not only am I significantly stronger, like significantly stronger, but I also gain access to supers. Well, if I had them in time. If I did it in time. I think you might have to do it immediately. Or like within a certain amount of time. Let me do it here. There I go, Thoron, but now I don't have anything for a bit. So I have to rely on my basics until I get my stuff back. So I think immediately there might be some things that you will be noticing, and those are the things I'm going to be commenting on. Maybe you haven't, that's okay, but Bullet Bill's gonna win this? We'll see. Bullet Bill has potential. There's a lot of characters I think have a lot of potential to win. It'll all depend on not just my opinion, but how everybody's opinions end up stacking up. This one's interesting with a simple gimmick. It's definitely not super simple. I think that's a big thing, is it's not super simple. Definitely a little bit simpler, but it's not super simple. They're the kind of character that you look at and say, wait, what does this do? Which is good. If you're... But I think some of the reason that they do that is a little bit too much. And I think there's some easy fixes, and I'll talk about those in just a second. So, yeah. But I think the thing is, a lot of their issues have very, very easy fixes. So we'll talk about those in just a second. Good. Miss Plusle Minun. Funny thing about Plusle Minun are last in the list because they were almost not submitted, which would have been very bad. Someone already pointed out what I was about to say, so we're gonna go and talk about this. So there is one important thing that you may have realized. So right now I have this blue energy behind me, right? That signifies that I'm in the lowest state. So I have the blue energy, and yeah. So then I have down special, and I get yellow energy. But I down special again, and I still have yellow energy. And even though I have new moves, and then I don't have any behind me, which is good. I shouldn't have any behind me during that. But the problem is that there is no indicator to a player who is just picking up this character that they are gaining any benefit from stacking buffs. The game does not tell that. My favorite so far is Darc Sharc. Up special is really good. And actually, I'm down to hear everybody's. If people, I'm kind of curious what everybody's into. Stacking was added very late. Yeah, I think the stacking is such a cool mechanic, but it definitely needs work. Yellow energy just means you have a charge. Yeah, but there's no indicator to tell me. And the other thing, which confused me at first, is I was just about to get to that, the super specials. So there's nothing that tells me, hey, I have a super special. So I just stack it 3 times, and I'm going out on my way, and I get to near the end of the bar. Like here. I guess there it worked. But it's like, it's not something that the player might even understand is going on, because you have to understand that they might not even understand neutral special. I do like that down special has a hitbox though, because it gives it some secondary use. And then... But, yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else. Animations. Let's look at it. I've heard some complaints. Here's the thing with animations. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to look at things that other people have said, and if I agree or disagree, because I'm not a good judge of animation. Let me look at this. Okay, I can see it. I think some of the startup is a little awkward. Not all of it. That looks fine. Actually, let me look at something. So there's that. And that, they look very similar starting up. And the startup looks very similar. That looks good. That's a really jank smear, though. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I heard people say, and I agree with that. Smears are a bit jank. Otherwise, animations are super solid. Like, I think specifically the thing with the smears, just to say, is like, if you look at this, why is it like a 90-degree angle? It's a little bit jarring. It should be more of a more circular. I was from the blue charge very redundant. Doesn't give you the bonus of yellow charge. The reason that you have it is it's a safety. That makes sense to me. Is that it's a safety net. It tells you, hey, you don't have everything, but you're a little stronger. It's a comeback mechanic, and I'm totally fine with that. But oof, is smears. Smears are the... I don't know if you're saying that as like... That's like the one problem, or what it's a smear. Smears are the animations, like the in-between animations, where you can see that there's like moving. It's done to convey motion, and I think it's very noticeable when like good smears are super smooth and not something you'll immediately see unless you're looking for them. But it's something that I can even tell with the naked eye that these smears are a little off. So, I think I have enough to write down some notes. So I'm gonna say, again, I think mechanic is unorthodox. I do think that the mechanic is unorthodox in how you approach it and all that. I am gonna say that. But kit... Actually, no, I think it's the other way around. That the idea of the battery... Kind of harsh, but fair, I guess. I'm sorry to be a little bit harsh here, but some of this, again, I'm gonna say it again. I'm probably gonna repeat this all stream. I'm being super nitpicky because I literally could not judge these otherwise. They're all so good. I think unorthodox, yeah. I think, yeah, the weapon is unorthodox and fits well. Moveset is kinda. And then animations. Keyframes are solid. Smears are weird. Startup could be better. Game feel. Game feel, I think this character feels well. I think the biggest problem is that the mechanics aren't super conveyed to the player, but once you understand them, they're good. Mechanics could be conveyed better, but feel good once understood. That's probably the other big problem. There's like... Are his moves satisfying? I think they're all very satisfying once you understand, yeah. Like, I love Nair. I love up air. I love just, honestly, I love just neutral special. In general, neutral special is such a fun move too once you get it. It's a very great combo finisher. Up special is so much fun. Here's something that I've slowly realized, and I didn't even know this until the jam, is I'm slowly realizing how much I love moves that slide. Anything that slides is super cool. So having something that slides around is really good. I think, again, overall, I think the feeling is really, really nice. I do think that that's an issue. I think that's going in polish, is that sometimes the specials just don't know how they want to work. So I'll put that in there. Specials. Specials are bug. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I have to say. Creativity. I think I did say that the weapon is unorthodox, but you made the moves. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Is there kind of the difference between theming and creativity to me is theming is like how well did you fit the theme, and creativity is how well did your character execute the things. Like how well did you run with that idea? It's not what was your idea, it's how well did you run with the idea. So the idea of just slamming people around with a battery backpack, I think that fits super well. I think the creativity is pretty good. The fact that you shoot the 9-volt as a cannon, a couple moves that are a little weird, but I think mostly the creativity is really good. But yeah, that's Ztatic. Oh, we got a super fast one. I'm not even going to go into... Sorry, Nep. I'm not even going to go into a full match because I don't have much to talk about with this character. Why is theming 5 points? I wanted to have a bigger focus on... I probably could have made it 10, but the reason I made it 5 is I wanted a bigger focus on making a character that is good and exciting and interesting, rather than just, oh yeah, I had a cool idea. Because theoretically, if theming was 10 points, I could make a Sambert clone and be like, I had a cool, unorthodox idea for him. But, yeah. I already judged. I've gone through a lot. That's kind of why I can't really go through all of them off the top of my head. And if I did, I'd be here forever, so... We've been going... We're on Met. We just judged Ztatic, and we're moving on to Smol Ame after this. So... Oh yeah, they do have a victory theme. I guess I'll show that, but... I'll go in versus mode, but I'm not going to play a full match. I'm just going to show. So, let's take Zetterburn. And I know about the crack thing. I'm not gonna show it, but if you hit the helmet enough, it will crack. But obviously you're completely invulnerable while crouching. You can even taunt while crouching and keep the invulnerability, and it's really funny. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but it is funny. And then any projectiles will be reflected. That's pretty much all there is to this character. And I'm gonna be honest, when I'm looking at this character, I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, I have to be this, I'm sorry, but I am a little disappointed. And the reason I'm disappointed is, Met is, like, there's so much you could have done with a Met. She's got a lot of stuff that you can do. You could have a train, you could have the, like, Met babies. There's so much moveset potential for Met. There's just absolutely so much moveset potential, but you just kind of gave them one move. So I can't really rate them very high. Is the one animation okay? Let me look. Not really. I hate to be that guy, but even the animation is super stiff. You should make a full Met. Like, honestly, if you worked on this and did it a little more, I think you should make a full Met. Met could have so much potential. Yeah, it's not indestructible, but it's funny. So I think I'm gonna have to be honest here. They have one move. Base sprite is pretty solid. neat gimmick. There's not a lot. Not a lot to say. Alright, here's another one that I'm thinking. The crouch armor, I think if you made it... there's some interesting stuff you could do with the crouch armor, I think, if you were to make it a full character, there's ways to tone it down but keep it interesting. Because Rivals has a mechanic that is little known. So, I know I'm going into this, but this will be my last thing on it. And we're not even going to take, which is weird, we're not going to take Met into a discussion about Met. So I have Zetterburn here. I do forward special. Well, actually, let me do forward special normal. Notice it pops them up in the air. Now, if I'm crouching, I don't. If you played with crouch armor like, I think, what's his name? Michaelik had crouch armor that could, like, protect you while you were crouching, but wasn't, like, full armor. I think that could work really well. You could just play around a character who's designed around crouch canceling. So, now we have Smol Ame Watson. Where is she? Ames is... I have some stuff to say about Ames. Met's few animations have as many frames as the Gainax movies. But, alright, so I do have some things to say about this character. And I'm sorry, because I know this is one thing I do have to say if Zerx is watching. I know Zerx asked me how I felt about this character. I intentionally refrained from giving people feedback at the time of the jam, because I didn't want to give anybody an unfair advantage of being like, oh, I'll tell this person stuff, but I won't tell anyone else stuff. But I have some takes on this character. But let's start by talking about the overall stuff. Their movement is interesting. They have this ground pound that is basically their main movement tool. It's their down air. So they can... It's the Supercell logo jingle. And they can combo... Like, they can do some pretty great stuff out of it. But the main thing you want to do is that you can place a book. Then you can bounce off the book to open it. And you can even just bounce off of it to just do edge bounce. Which, edge bounce is a super fast movement option that will get you where you need to go. But... yeah. So I guess the other moves that are important is you have Gamer Rage, which is your down special, which makes you angry, and then you get really strong, but only for a very short period of time. And then your neutral special is this magnifying glass that anyone caught in it suffers a massive debuff to their speed, which basically lets you hit them with, like, just basically start a combo from it. But there's a lot of stuff that I do like about this character, but there is some stuff that I do think needs work. Also the noises when you die. The death noises are hilarious. The little dance. But what is my other special? Have I used all my specials? Oh no, I have this one, which I don't particularly think is all that good, but it's neat, I guess. Small, she's already as big as Zetter. Yeah, but she's chibi in spirit. I mean, can't wait for Big Amy, though, the sequel. There's a lot about rival size. Okay, so... there's some things you might have noticed, and we're going to talk about them. So, obviously, this character has a ton of alts, which is really good. I've seen the info box. I have the beats of ground pound, because you know actually what I did to your mom last night. Your mom got ground pounded. But... Yeah, let me explain some stuff, because there's some things that I think are big things. So one of the things you might have noticed is that this character has... Remember what I said about Cosmonaut? Because most of that applies. The character has so many gimmicks. They do have one thing that I will give them over Cosmonaut, which is that their bounce completely synergizes with this book, because this book lets them place a platform anywhere, meaning that they can always have access to their most important gimmick. So they at least have an option to get that. But let's talk about the other moves. So all of these other moves that cause buffs and debuffs are good, but they're not impactful enough because they don't provide enough of a benefit. Well, this one is perfectly fine benefit-wise. I think this one has definitely gotten better, but it still doesn't feel like it fits with the kit. Debuffing your opponent is cool. I like the idea. It's never really been done, I don't think, but outside of like Rano Bubble. But there's just not much to it in its current execution. But then Gamer Rage is the biggest thing I have issues with, because it just doesn't last long enough for you to get anything off of it, and it doesn't provide that much of a buff. It's not bad, but it's not good either. But I think the main thing is this character needs a bigger focus. Cosmonaut, I hear remembering that YouTuber. Yeah, a lot of people just are like, oh yeah, it's Cosmonaut. Cosmonaut Marcus. I'm very bad at moving with this, but I think that the movement is good. I just think that the specials could use a lot of work. I think the big thing is that their kit doesn't have the cohesion it should. I think again this is a kit that I think is going to do super well outside of the jam, but I do think even on a base level, they could serve to have a lot more cohesion in how their kit works. So I think I'm going to write some stuff down. I've been talking for a bit. I think I'm to the point where I've concluded my opinion. Which is... Oh yeah, animation. Animation is solid. It's not... Again, I think there could be a little more... Okay, actually, let me look at that move. Not roll. Roll is super good. That's like... How much startup is on that move? One startup. Their sound design is very good. I should mention that. That's animation. Oh, the low FPS warning? Let me fix that. That's Moonophone's fault. This character could definitely use some keyframes startup. Can you not turn that off first thing? Because I wasn't paying attention to it. So character... Cool. Not very unorthodox. Cool kit, but lacks cohesion. Moves need startup frames. Edge bounce is a cool mechanic. Sound effects are good. What else is there? I think that's all of it. Creativity. I think the kit is... I think I kind of said that. The cool kit but lacks cohesion. But I think the kit contains many basic moves. Like, why does this character have Sambert F special? Like, I'm gonna be real. Out of everything that this character does, that's like my biggest gripe. It's not one-to-one Sambert F special, but it's not like... It's not interesting or even like fitting the kit. No, Moonophone does cause FPS drops. It's very funny. It shows them, and then it also causes them. So it's interesting. Aerials except Dare give me Sambert vibes. Are they? So you have that. They're not that bad, though. I don't know. They are very Sambert-y, but they're unique enough. I don't think they're exactly Sambert-y. Actually, hang on. Let me look at something. I'm not gonna actually... So I know how to check it real quick. I'm gonna check it super fast. Hang on. You've got a good point. So let me check. They have a phone, which means that they're probably built on some variant of Sambert with a phone. Oh, that's Sambert with animated portrait. Does this one have a phone? No, so we'll go Sambert with a final smash. So I'm gonna check something, and I need to bring one more thing in. Sorry, we're doing some detective work. Just give me a quick second. So if I go in here, I bring this. This should tell me some stuff. If you haven't seen this buddy, it's super, super good. So what this is going to let me do is I can turn on hitbox mode. And I can get the data for her hitboxes. It does 5 damage, 5 base knockback, angle 50. Now let's look at Sandberts. Oh yeah, how do I... It's gonna be hard because I have to like... Actually, I'm gonna do that, and then boom. Okay, there's a couple of things that are different. They're both base knockback 5. And then 30. Blue, yeah, this buddy is so useful. When you're... Actually, how many hitboxes are on this move? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a 4th hitbox, so it's not Sandberts. So let's check the first hitbox on both. So 2 damage, 4 knockback, 0, 45. Not Sandberts, but... Okay. They're definitely very much just tweaked. You have to understand that Sambert with a phone has some extra stuff, though. Yeah, That's Sambert Nair. I don't mean to be that guy. I'm not gonna be too much, but I'm not gonna say... Obviously, I'm not disqualifying or anything, but it's very, very much, like, super, super Sambert, and it's, like, a lot of the moves are eerily similar. So, yeah. We got that. That's okay. So now we can move on. We got all of that. Yes, okay, this is one that people have probably been waiting for. I know we've been going for a bit. Isn't Zetternair like the same? Is it? How far is Adam from now? Adam is 4 more from now. We have I Am Meen, then Screechheart, then Spike and Weston, and then Adam Capybara. Thanks for using Practice++. I love Practice++. It's such a good thing. Thank you for making it. I really, really appreciate it. It's so good at just checking little things. Zetternair is very similar. I'm sure that the moves are similar, but I think it's the fact that multiple of them are like super, super similar is what throws me off. It was just one It's like anybody can have a multi-hit nair, anyone can have a forward spike, anyone can have that weird like back hit move. And just like the up air too, but they definitely feel a little bit similar. But I think even if you want to argue that they were just completely original, which they could be, I think the problem with them is they're so generic. Anyway, I am Meen time. Let's go I am Meen. I am Meen, so for those that don't know, I have a couple things I want to check with this character. So the way I am Meen works, actually let me go to his stage because his music is so good. I haven't done Screechheart. Screechheart is next, I believe. Yes. And we're gonna go here because the music is so good. Unfortunately, you don't get bonus points for the stage. Otherwise, I would absolutely give bonus points for the stage. Because I'm not a huge fan of the stage's design, but the music is so good. Oh, you can move the spider. I didn't even know that. So that's a little quirk. Unfortunately, we got Sylvanas, who can probably high-profile bomb. So, I am Meen's gimmick is that he's a heavy zoner who's very much like Snake in a lot of ways. He's got a lot of projectiles, a lot of things to just keep the opponent on their toes, but also doesn't have that bad of normals.
Get back to yourself.
There is one thing I need to check with this character, because there's one thing that has been bothering me, which is this feels like this move in particular I need to play around with. Down special. Because there's a couple issues I have with this move. Well, when it works, it works. So, how many moves does it actually affect? I guess it's not that bad. But then it does stuff like that. So there is an easy fix to that, and I'll explain that in a minute, what I was looking at and how I would fix it. But I think that there is something that has an easy fix there. But it is something that I was curious about, and it is something I noticed. Because again, I have to look at stuff, and I have to go... And I do have to criticize here. Boss Jam? Boss Jam would be funny. Actually, I will say this. There's not going to be another jam for a long time, because money. Or, I mean, there's going to be other jams, but I'm not going to have a jam probably until next year at the very earliest. But if I do another jam, the theme is going to be workshop skins, because there's not enough of those. Yeah. So I'll talk about what I saw with that in a minute, but I do think that this character is very interesting. Stage Jam would be cool too. For issue money problems. You know, if you subscribe, yes, you watching right now, subscribe and watch my stuff, I can get more money to do cooler stuff, and then maybe eventually get sponsors so I can do even bigger stuff, but this time sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Better luck next time, bookworm.
So let me explain what I just saw, because there is one big important thing that I just saw that I think hits the game feel a little bit. I still think this character's super solid, but I do need to talk about one thing, because I think it's a super easy fix
Can't win, bookworm.
that will make the character so much better. So you see how when that enemy falls off screen, I still get the star, right? And that star is there. Okay, now I push the book down. I don't have the star. I think just having the star there makes the move so much better. Even if you don't have a summon, the fact that you lose that star by placing the book down is an unfortunate problem with the character to me. There is a couple things I need to talk about too, game feel wise, that I think are gonna be things that people might have be a little upset with me on. Yeah, the star is on the book, but that's my exact point. So because the star is on the book, maybe I didn't elaborate that well enough. So the problem is, because the star is on the book, when I throw the book, right, while the book is out here, my down tilt is significantly worse. Because I have to rely on the book. So it basically boils down to, the book is not something I ever want to place. The only reason to use the book is just to do that. There's no real reason to keep it down, because... Actually, there is one reason to keep it down. I take that back. There's one reason to keep it down, which is the magic wand. But as soon as I place the magic wand...
You are beginning to annoy me.
As soon as I place the magic wand down, like, I just kind of want to get rid of the book, because having the book out is actively detrimental to my normals. Point, I need to use the book in advantage situations. Sort of. But why would I use the book in advantage situations when I can just spam enemies normally? There's no... It doesn't provide me any significant buff to make me...
Get back to yourself.
I mean, this could just be me. But again, I'm like... In my opinion, the book doesn't provide enough of an advantage to warrant its downsides. At least in my opinion. I feel like it's a very easy fix. I'm not even saying that the book needs to, like, because I think that it's a trapping tool, sort of. Think of it like Pac-Man Hydrant. Yeah. But you can't, like, move with it. It's... Pac-Man Hydrant doesn't prevent you from using bonus fruit, if that makes sense. The problem I have with it is I'm not even asking for much. I think that... Here's my take, and maybe I'm just crazy. Book star at ledge, sure, but also book back air at ledge. Does the same thing, but doesn't get rid of my star. Maybe I could just be weird here, but I am going to say that. I'm sorry, but I think that's a significant question of, like, basically loses ability to poke, and a bunch of his moves are more awkward if they start on the book. I mean, maybe it's just my lack of understanding of the character, but then again, I think that it's like looking at this. I have played this character for a little bit. I just legitimately think that in most cases, it's significantly better to not use the book, and my reason for that is just because of that. If I had the stars, I think it would still be risky because I don't have the monsters, and like the monsters spawn in awkward positions, but I don't have to worry about not having my star because it makes those moves like. This is not a down tilt. Like let me check something. And I'm staying on this one thing for so long, but I think it's just because we're having some questions. So this is my up tilt hitbox, right? Note the horizontal range. Now this is my down tilt hitbox. See, I don't have any sort of horizontal range because of the star. Star is supposed to be the enemy spawn and magic thing. I get that, but I do, again, it's such an important part of the kit. Like, Jab 3 losing it, I get that. I get losing Jab 3, but I think that the star is such a good thing. In the book, takes your down tilt from a really good combo starting poke to a bad anti-air. Yes, that's kind of where I'm at. So I think, again, let me focus on other stuff. There's other stuff, I've been focusing on this way too far, and we've been going for such a long time on this one thing. So let me just kind of move through this, because I know we've been kind of rambling about the same move for so long. So let me get on with this. So, animations, fantastic. Taunt, yeah, I know about taunt. It's a cool taunt. I really like the taunt. I think it's a good taunt. It plays the music. Got no question about taunt. Animations, I think, all around are super solid. What do you mean taunt? Like, just let the music play? I don't want to keep playing it, but...
Oh look, what clever children.
I'm not gonna move on from the character, though. No, sorry to get me hung up on the move. It's okay. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy. I'm making sure I understand you guys and I'm not missing something obvious about it. But, I think animations are fantastic. So the thing is, this character is very different from Felix's normal style. Felix usually makes characters who have much larger proportions. This character looks fantastic. I didn't even see this parry before. Maybe the song is copyright? I don't think it is. It's from an old edutainment game, so I don't think it would have. But yeah, you see this parry animation? It's so good. All the animations on this character are god tier. Like, there's no denying the animations are great. Polish, I think the character is fairly polished. I don't see anything that like immediately stands out. Actually, there is something that could. Actually, no, they get polished for me because of the different sprites when you do that.
Works pretty good. Back to fishing.
You get the names.
I'm simply famished.
I'm simply famished.
Perhaps just one more.
Okay. I like that you get... Okay, it's a little weird that you get both voices, but I'm obviously not going to take points for that, because it's like, it's a bonus thing. I love that they have enough attention to it.
Perhaps just one more.
Perhaps just one more. I think that's good. So yeah, I think I am mean. Unorthodoxness. That's kind of hard. I think the reasons the characters is unorthodox is like there's just a bunch of simple mechanics. The simple mechanics combined make unorthodox. I do know about Thunder Daddy, yes. I also know about... Actually, did they change it? No, he has Thunder Daddy still. Yeah. I guess you know about... Yeah. Simple mechanics combined make character unorthodox. What else? But not too otherwise. Normals feel good. Book is too... Book is too risky. Character alts are super cool. Great polish. And then anims are fantastic. Great way to bring killer to life. Moves. Alright. So we got that. Sorry that we took so long on that one I am mean thing, because now we're moving on to Screechheart. Screechheart is... there's something. There's a lot of things that I think are really, really good about Screechheart, but definitely some things that can be... I have actually played this character against real people, so I have some ideas of how the stuff is. So first off, they are invincible. They will not take damage. Not invincible, just invulnerable. There's a big difference, because invincible is they can't be hit. Invulnerable is they don't take damage. So they are invulnerable. They don't take damage. However, their heart is on a pillar. And if Shovel Knight would be so kind to hit that, I take damage from that. So there is some stuff there. This is obviously a super jank concept, but I think it works pretty well. I can do my strongs on the ground or in the air. And I can also throw my pillar around. So, this is a character you definitely have to play against real people. And I have played them against real people, so I do have some idea of how they work. played them against some friends locally too, so I have a good idea of how they play. It'd be cool if you could somehow teach the AI to target the pillar, but I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if there's some way for the AI to know, oh wait, I can't have them have that up. I am taking constant damage because I'm outside of the pillar. You gotta move it in. But if the pillar dies, I die. Which is very easy, actually. So if you and the pillar get hit at the same time, you're probably dead. So it's kind of an interesting conflict of interest that you don't want to be in. You can drop the pillar on the opponent from high enough. I'll try that. Oh, neat. I do like throwing it, but I'm gonna make the pillar an actual character and make Screechheart the O player. This character would be very interesting. This character's so hard to play as. I think they're... I don't even know if I agree with that. I think that they're pretty solid. It's just a place of, like, not dying is tricky. But the fact that the pillar can defend itself somewhat does make it a little bit weird. Actually, there is something I want to know, and I'll check that in training mode after. Can't dash with the pillar. Yeah. It'd be interesting if you could move the pillar with, like, without neutral special, but I feel like that would be a bit much. I know you can do it with down special too, because down special swaps your places. It's pretty fun to mix the normal strongs and shifts with the pillar. I agree. A player probably causes more problems than it's worth. Yeah. Okay. There is some interesting stuff I could see, though. There's a couple of interesting directions you could take with the character, but I think right now the current implementation is not bad. Because I think one thing is it's gonna feel really weird to people that they're not dealing damage. Which, I mean, I get that's the point, but it might be easier to convey that to a player somehow. I don't quite know the answer, but I think the thing is, your opponent is going to notice they're not dealing damage, but it doesn't necessarily feel satisfying right now to hit Screechheart. I like this character a ton, again, but... solid victory theme? Alright. Now let's look at stuff. There's a couple things I want to know. So if I get in a situation... Perfect. I get in a situation... Oh. I have Crag over here. I'm gonna run, and then I'm gonna have him crouch, and then I'm gonna have him parry. Okay, no, good. So, yeah, never mind, that's good. That's very well made. The heart, yep, it's a heart on a pillar. So that's good, that's well designed. Smash your opponent with the pillar. I think Screechheart has a lot of very interesting potential because of how you can juggle the pillar. That also lets them... Oh, wait, never mind, you can't do that. Wait, what happens if you just throw it up? Can I throw it off screen? Yes, I can. I wanted to see if I could. Adam is in the jam? Now, Adam has not been done yet. Adam is just past Screechheart and Spike and Weston. From the year and spam neutral special? Yeah. If you take it out too far, you die. That seems hittable enough. I think the thing is, if you ever hit both of them, you're in a good spot. But if you only hit one of them, it's kind of hard to counterplay. How bad is stalling both you and the pillar mid-off stage? You definitely can. And again, as long as you hold this out. Oh wait, no, it has an ending. But yeah, you can definitely hold this forever. That's a good point. Because you can hold this forever, or as long as you don't stall, you can just keep doing it. So I think that provides a bit of a benefit. You should only have 1 per airtime, I think. I think that's a bit reasonable, is that if you had 1 per airtime, it would still be tricky. The problem is right now, if they hit you... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that's true. I'm going to try that. I don't think it'll work, but we're going to try it, because... Okay. Yeah, you can. You do risk dying a lot more, but I think that there is some pretty jank movement here. But I think that this is pretty good. How many times can I down special in the air, theoretically? So if I place this up here for a while, I can do this for quite a bit. Greg really doesn't want to be hit. Well, we'll turn off that. Okay, I think I have enough to make a decision. Infinite flight. Just combo this opponent off the side from anywhere. Every time you do your end switch, the hitbox resets. Gotcha. So, like... This is super risky. I think that's fine. It's not true combo. This, I think, is totally fine. Because the risk is they hit it and you die. I think. Actually, let me check that. If I have a pillar, they get hit by it, and then well, okay, that's a bit much. That should not be the case. Did I do it right? Okay, yeah, that should not be the case. I can still move it, too. That's a bit much. An air could kill the pillar, so does it matter if it's up in the air? Kinda. But I still think that's a problem. Alright. I have my thoughts. So Screechheart, super unorthodox idea. Like, easy, super unorthodox idea. I love the idea of a character that's basically a tower defense. But not like Jacko tower defense, but... yeah. Super unorthodox idea. Actually, I didn't look at the animations much. I think they're decent. They're not amazing, but they're solid. Let me look at them. They could use a little bit of startup. They're not bad. I don't think they're bad at all. They just could definitely use some startup frames. So, super unorthodox idea. Animations could use startup. What else? And think stalling is crazy. Difficult. Frustrating for opponents. Doesn't read. And then killing. So yeah, and then all right, so what else do I have? Polish. Trying to think what I would put for polish. I don't think that this character has any underlying like issues. Since I saw one. Actually, no, I definitely kind of did. The way that it interacts. So I'll just do Okay, and now we're gonna move on to one that I think is probably gonna be a little bit faster too. Again, I'm gonna try to get to Adam because I know people like Adam is some of the Adam devs need to go soon if they haven't already left because we've been going for a bit. I'm gonna be a little bit faster with this one because I think that this one there's not a ton to talk about, and that's Spike and Weston. I think it got some interesting stuff, but I do think overall they do have some stuff that, you know. So, HUD, immediately the first thing you'll notice is the HUD is very big, like, incredibly large. It's probably a bit more than it needs. It does read well, I'll give them that. Like, you can definitely read well. So... Oh, that can happen sometimes. You did the portrait? Nice. It looks good. I think the animations on this character are very good, but there is a reason that they're going to lose points and a little bit of points, and that's that they don't have a full moveset. They don't have strongs. That's the biggest thing, is they don't have strongs. But I think that the volleyballs are very fun, but they're probably didn't need to be the whole kit. They send it interesting, or actually, are they all the same angle? They might be. Actually, no, they're different. So, you know, Burb is up special. It's also taunt, which is needlessly complex. I think that's one of the interesting things. This character has a little bit of polish because the taunt is actually really cool. The sound of the volleyballs, yeah. Spike negative, just joint retract. Also, now you see the reason that they're spike is not actually, but every move spikes, as you would expect, which I don't think was intentional. It's either a volleyball spike or an actual spike. Also, that move is super awkward. And, like, the thing is, this character only kills two ways. Either, like, never, or, like, instantly. Like, let me do a down tilt. Yeah. Down tilt's angle is, like, super sharp. Did I miss Aleria? No, we're gonna get to Aleria. They're later in the list, so... we will cover them today, but it's going to be a bit. Pretty good animations. I think the animations are actually pretty good, yeah. I think some of that is because there's not as many of them, but... they're definitely not bad. The vol sound effect was attenuated on how high it bounces. Yeah, probably a good idea. So, I think I can give you a pretty good idea of this character. Are they unorthodox? Not really. They're actually a remake of another character. So I don't even think that I can count them as. There is one thing I want to know, because I saw a hitbox, and I want to see how it works. No! That would have been the perfect idea to make an anti-air grab. That makes me sad. This move looks like it would be a perfect anti-air grab. They have a grab and pummel, which is really cool. Is anyone working on a Them's Fightin' Herds character? Someone was working on a Velvet, and it looked really good, but they never got to finishing it, which makes me sad. Yeah. I like the volleyball. Like, the animations are really good. I feel like playtesting was not a thing. This is something that has kind of been the case with a lot of Tarkan's characters, is that they start out with really rough game feel. Infomax text is so long the game cuts it off. Like, oh yeah, that has a hitbox. And the other thing is you lose Weston until the taunt ends, and he'll have to chase after you. But yeah. Emerella's in the game, true. But yeah, I have to show this, because I want to say it's Nuzzle who knows this move all too well. Where is it? I can hit them. I'm going to just push him to the ledge. Why is it not working? I think I just got to get it right. But yeah, basically, this move kills you way too early. I guess you can tech it, though. And then what happens if I set the AI not to tech? Huh. It's like they can air dodge out of it, which is super weird. Which means that it has, like, no actual recovery? I'm trying to figure out why it does that. But yeah, overall, I think the characters' animations are good. Moveset is not finished. You missed the stream? Well, welcome. Glad you're here. So I'm going to say that here is a remake, not unorthodox, missing moves. Animations are good, but start up. Everything spikes, right? And then surprising polish for what is thing. And we gotta check the info box of Doom. Oh yeah, the fire effects. True. Who's in here? I don't know yet. I saw Bear earlier. Maybe Bear's not here, but Bear was on Twitch, so we're about to start Adam, so surprising polish for what is there. Fire effects. And then yeah. It's so funny. I'm just imagining that one Twitter meme that goes around all the time where it's like how normal people order their food. Hi, I'd like to order a, and then it like just fades out into a picture of Mr. Incredible. That's the energy I get from that. Is this in release order? It's in submission order, so I think yours is second to last. But yeah, Adam Capybara. This is another character that I have some opinions on. But yo. So Adam is super cool. I think that there's a lot of things that he's got. I have to do the thing. We have to be the hold on alt. Is it good or bad? It's both. There's a lot of things that I really like about Adam. Adam is a big contender. I will say this much without spoiling it. So far, Adam is a big contender to get near the top of the jam, and I am not going to be one to stop that. There is a couple things that I'm going to hit him with, but overall, I think that he well deserves his reputation. The reason I'm the Hodan alt, well, we'll get into that. So Adam's gimmick, if you don't know, is he has no gimmick except every move is a gimmick. So every single one of his moves has their own gimmick. Except up tilt, which is gimmick, is that it has no gimmick. You get the point? Everything is a gimmick except the things that don't have gimmicks, which are gimmicks, because they don't have gimmicks. Gimmicks. But the milestone system is up strong. It hits based on how much percent I have, so it basically has rage on it. Forward strong is a projectile that throws a sword. Down strong has this like funny ball. Down air is this rock throw that does it. Up air heals the opponent, but in exchange is a super solid kill move. back air throws papers, pretty much everything you can imagine. Now there is one problem I have with this character, and I'm going to mention it here, and because we're about to get into it, and that's my biggest problem with the characters is I do feel that they start to fall apart when you look at the specials. Now, there is one special that is an absolute banger, and that's up special. You just warp in, and you can't use it immediately again. Wait. Okay. Trying to figure out if I can stall with it. Not always, but you definitely could do some stuff, but it's not true, and your opponent always knows where to chase you. So, up special is definitely weird, but I don't think it's too broken. Now, the reason I picked this color is neutral special. With the Hodan alt specifically, it does that when you hold it. So, the thing with this character is when you do that, your knockback is reversed on all of your moves. Which, again, this is kind of the same issue I've had with a lot of characters, but I mean, I get that it makes sense for Adam. But here's the thing, is it's too cohesive for Adam, in my opinion, which is really weird. It's really weird to say that it's too cohesive. But the whole gimmick of the character is that everything is not cohesive. It's intentionally goofy. Every move is intentionally wacky. I don't get why the character has a move that causes all of the other moves to get reversed when the rest of the kit isn't focused around a gimmick like that. And it just doesn't seem to... Like, it's such a weird thing to give him, I think. Just, I know that the whole point is everything is weird, but even for... it fits, like, it gives him something that his kit is built around, and it kind of breaks the spirit to me a little bit. Maybe it's me. It's because it's unorthodox. True. Now, in and of itself is a gimmick, but I think that it's, like... I don't know. I just personally am gonna say that the fact that it just makes everything go weird. It's not cohesive with the incohesiveness is cohesive. Or is incohesive. You could say that about anything, though. I could make a character that's like, they're a brick. They're unorthodox. They don't do anything. I literally decide every move separately. I think what I'm trying to say, and I know there's probably going to be some disagreements here. Incoherency is unintentional. Yeah. I mean, there's some stuff that, like, I'm not going to say it's a huge problem. Again, I'm nitpicking because I need to. But I think the problem is that it's a move that requires you to think about it too much. If you're just playing Adam and you pull this off, it just, like, completely messes with things. It pulls too much. It's fun. It is fun. Brick. Oh, yeah, brick. It's fun. Right. Ah, nice. I haven't seen that episode in a long time. But it's like, it seems super weird too, because like, brick, sometimes it spikes, sometimes it doesn't. It makes a lot of moves feel really weird, and I just think that giving him something that changes everything in a kit that is focused around how unique and weird every move is and how useful they are makes the move not feel all that useful, because like, why would I do that when I can just throw the rock normally? It doesn't even reverse, I don't think. Does it? Hang on. The projectiles don't reverse properly? Gotcha. It doesn't even reverse. So yeah, I think that's one of the things. I think the other specials are not exciting, but they're not bad. Like, that said, with that complaint out of the way, I think the rest of the specials are not exciting, but they're not bad. Forward special, pretty simple. I love getting Gorilla Nado. I love Gorilla Nado's effects. These are interesting enough. It's a unique mechanic. I feel like there could have been a little more differentiating them, but then again, I guess you'd have to adapt more. But a 9 to side special, got it. Cool. Yes, give me Sunburt or something as like a 9, or just something absolutely insane from it. But, and then the other one that people know I'm going to talk about is, Down Special. Down Special is intentionally really weird, but that doesn't mean that I think it's super good. Attacked. Should we tell him? Should we tell him? Is there something I need to know about Down Special, or? Because so far for me, maybe I'm missing something, but this move just seems like it does interesting stuff sometimes. But it's like, there should be a little more method, or I wish that there would be less duds. I think there's some really funny things in there. It is most of them being useless. Okay, that's what I thought. I wish that there were less duds. It's funny, but it's never useful. I think the problem is I don't like the idea of there being moves in the kit that don't feel useful. But I will say this. There's a lot of workshop characters who have moves that are unintentionally useless. I don't think Adam has any move that's unintentionally useless. That's something I can say, is that the moves that feel good feel really good. And I think the gags of the character are really solid. I think that you did a lot of stuff super well. Like now let's get to the positives. The animations are incredible. I love how he moves. I love how he looks. All of like the moves that are there have their own place. I love how simple that is, but it even looks like you made a move that is literally just the funny Adam meme, not Adam Kara, but the Adam from Injustice. You made the funny Adam meme like an actually good thing. Want to make side special more unique? Awesome. How high can the milestone system go? It caps out at 100. So we'll look at how far it goes real quick. Yeah, it's pretty big. Also, I didn't show this yet. But yeah, so I think overall, my takes with Adam, again, big fan of dash attack and down Sharc specifically, they look really good. So I think the thing I can say is, again, like I said, I'm not going to be the one to cause an upset with Adam. I think I'm going to give Adam pretty high marks like everyone else did, because it's completely understandable why they did. He's a super well put together character, very funny, super great ideas. I do think that, again, I think the specials could very much be fine-tuned, but it's almost like you can charge F-tilt, yeah. But it's almost like it doesn't bother me that his specials feel not as exciting as they should be, because I think the reason that the specials feel not exciting as they should be is because the normals are all so incredibly clever. I think that's the biggest things I can say, is that his normals are so clever that they make the specials pale in comparison, which is not a good thing or a bad thing, but it's something that I think is, well, I think it is a good thing for the normals, but a bad thing for the specials. But again, I think that overall the character is super well thought out. Bonus points for getting Adam to do voice lines. I love that you did that, but that's not in the jam build. But again, I'm not going to end Adam's run. I'm definitely going to give him high marks. Don't worry. But again, I definitely understand that there's a reason that people are doing well, or people like him, and I absolutely do respect a lot of the work you guys put into him, and I think it definitely shows. A new jam category for voice acting. In fact, we just did it in general. Also, your Wi-Fi sucks. And it gives Adam a 0. Nah. But yeah. So let me put my notes down again. Okay, so every move is creative. Every move's creative and weird. Specials could be more. Alright. So yeah, I think should Bullet's effect be a rap? That could be really funny. Like, unironically, I think that would be fantastic. Like, the other ones are... The other ones are solid, but like giving him like a rap on a timer that you have to activate is actually a cool idea. The yo-yo should have something on charging to show that it hits things. That's true, as a nitpick, but I think it's fine. I definitely think that the startup animation could have stuff, but I think it's okay as is. Why does Fair make a spike sound that sends him forward? Because it's bouncing off the ground. So the joke of forward air is it never doesn't spike. That's its gimmick. It's the funny forward aerial, always. See, there you go. Hot Special is so funny, though. But yeah, I think we got the gist of him. So let's move on to Barr. You gotta love Barr. You gotta love Barr. Barr is so cool. Where is Barr? There is Barr. Epic gamer moment. Yeah, I'm not... If you guys are just tuning in, I'm not giving points on stream because I'm going to consider all of them against each other. But I have some in mind that I'll be like... I know what I want to give them, so they'll be like starting points. But from there, we'll see where it goes. Many characters that had an unfunny aerial. Barr. What Barr is Barr? So Barr has a super meter as their mechanic. And as they hit enemies, they build meter. But if they hit enemies with tippers, they lose meter, but instead gain an effect off of it. So there is some... Mario Fear, but only Sour Spot. That would be so funny. Just the most uninteresting move. Yo, that gives me such a... You just gave me such a cursed idea for a character that did not happen for the jam. But if we got a Sour Patch Kid, who was... Their gimmick is first they're sour, then they're sweet. Banjo Fair, true. So, Barr does have some moves that don't use the meter, and the reason for that is you can kick these orbs around with them. It's just docked, though. Gun. Can I build orbs in here? Yes, I can. Cool. Sour Patch gets nerfed every update. Just... Technically, Regigigas is kind of like that. Yeah, kinda. Doc can kill, unlike Sour Mario Fair. Yep. Let me move my orb back to stage. Oh, he broke my orb. There we go. So Barr is interesting. I vibe with Barr. So Barr, I've got a couple things to say about Barr. I don't have a lot to say about Barr, actually. I think Barr is just solid. Like, Barr is not, like, Barr has some things that I think are insane. I don't think Barr is, like, all that much. Like, I think they're definitely unorthodox, for sure. But I think that there's definitely a lot more that could have been done with the gimmick that definitely wasn't. Like, something that I immediately showed to someone this character yesterday in person. I was explaining this character to someone. And the first thing they said to me is, okay, what's their super? I'm like, oh, they don't have a super, they just have a super meter. And they're like, oh, that's lame. This character feels like they should have a super. But they don't. And I know that's a weird thing to nitpick, but my point in nitpicking it is just to say that there is some potential to do more with this character. I don't think that their moveset is perfect. And I already know there's plans to do that, I'm pretty sure. Did he create sprite sheets for every single bar charge? So no, he made a system that lets him do dynamic colors on it. So that's why the smears can be completely unique. So I think coding-wise, this character is a super good marvel. Like, this character is a technical marvel for sure. There's a lot of stuff. The polish on this character is incredible. The game feel on this character is incredible. The art is incredible. I just think that a little bit more could have been done with the concept. And I think that's really all I have to say. I guess I can show off a couple more things. He's got this projectile that might be a little safe. Technical Barvel. And what I'm saying, a little bit more could be done with the concept. I'm not saying that the concept is, like, bad. I should probably... The thing is, I think that as I'm going through these, I keep sounding like... like I'm being super negative just because I'm trying to get to the flaws, just so I can do the criticisms. Because there's obviously way more with this character that I could talk about that's good than bad. Oh yeah, there is one thing that I hate about this character, fighting this character. So... You know my boy Toon Lynk, right? So the fact that I can just kind of cancel out of this whenever I want, and I gain meter for hitting it, I don't really like that. Actually, do I? How much meter do I gain? Am I gaining meter? I'm just gonna shoot it a couple times and see. I'm definitely gaining meter. I don't like that I gain meter on projectile. I wish it just refunded. Because I think the fact is that this lets this character zone. And I know it's really funny to say that because you know how I play. But this character doesn't feel like the character that should be zoning. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But they feel like a character who wants to get up in your face. And because they do they're really strong at getting up in your face. And having a poking projectile isn't bad, but the fact that they can basically be played like a zoner, I mean, it's not bad that they can, but it seems to be when does a fully charged shot kill? I mean, obviously it's not going to do it for a while, but well, that killed. But I want to. Doesn't look that bad on paper, despite besides how they also have a sword. Yeah. So I think that definitely it's not a bad move. I like the move. I think if I'm looking for things to nitpick, I think that projectile is really safe on a character who already excels at range. Like, they're already going to be spacing you out. They don't need a projectile that is cancelable. I think it's the big things, is if it was just... Like, the fact that you can both cancel it and it builds you meter is just insane. Does it still have the issue, too? There was an issue with this move before, too. I'm going to check it real quick. Hang on. I gotta get it right. Dang it, I'm so bad at timing this. Dang it. Ah. Come on. Okay. Hang on. I have to be closer. Ah, I'm so bad at this. Forgive me for taking forever just to hit this one thing. Ah, come on. Come on. I'm just gonna do it manually. I said I was gonna do it manually, and then I didn't. I just can't even do it manually. Okay, no, it doesn't happen. So you used to gain meter off of that. So Dude doesn't have disjoint and projectile, and yet is top tier, or at least high. I'm trying to think, but yeah. I'm trying to think if there is. Other people would know more than I do, but I'm sure there is at least one. Generally, characters in this game need some sort of range option. If they don't have any range, they're not going to be good, because that's just how the game works. Unless they can, like, instant kill people or something stupid. So, okay, Barr. Super cool concept. Could do more with it. I think they do get full points in Unorthodox for me. I think it's just creativity. And then game feel-wise, projectile. I said I wasn't going to talk about balance, but it's like a matter of what feels. I said I wouldn't feel balance, but I said I keep wording bad, but I was like, I wouldn't rate balance, so I guess it's kind of a balance thing what I'm talking about, but I definitely think it's something that makes the game feel of this character weird. That why would I have a projectile that's so good? And it's something that I'm not going to take that many points off for. I might even take half a point or something off of it for it. But I think mic sounds different. It should be the same. Maybe it's just I've gotten further away from it. There we go. But animations, fantastic. Dynamic smears. Anything else that I need to talk about? I don't think so. I think I got just fun. Super fun to play. Easy to understand. Alright. So I think I got everything that needs to be talked about with Barr. Now let's go to good old Bullet William. Is the jam one? Yep. Alright. So, Bullet Bill. Parry reflecting projectiles does help, but the problem is, especially, like, the projectiles are already very good, and parry will make projectiles better for just spamming them. But the problem with projectiles in this game generally is the reason that most projectiles in the base cast are fair is that they're high commitment. If they're strong, they're high commitment. Zetterburn Fireball, you have to do. Eliana Missile, you have to do. So having anything that is a projectile that is easily cancelable, it should not be very good. That's just my take, maybe, but that's how I feel. Yeah, parry in comparison to shield is way worse since you need to time it instead of just hold the button. Especially online, but that's a whole other animal. Let's talk about Bullet Bill. Bullet Bill is a very, very cool character. One that I did not expect at all. I did not see this character coming. So, if I try to do my strongs, you'll notice immediately that I'm firing the cannon. but the cannon doesn't have anything in it. If I load myself in it, and it does. I'm trying to get this cannon out of the corner, which is a little bit easier said than done. There we go. But I do... This character's really cool. Oh, I accidentally threw my cannon off a cliff. And then I can load the cannon up with bullets. I'm actually kind of curious how this character's zoning potential is. This character I could totally see having a little bit of zoning, because they're not like they're not gonna kill you with a bullet, but they can sharpshoot you and lead to a follow-up, which is good. Eat the cannon off a cliff, yeah. They do have one thing that's a little oppressive, but I don't think it's... I think it's funny, so I'm not gonna feel like it's a problem. Also, neutral special. Goes without saying, this move is cool. Oh. Okay, I'm alive. Let me see if I can do it. To make 2 bullet bills experiments. Oh, see if how they work in the mirror match. That could be interesting. I don't think they would work in the mirror match, because you only control your own cannon. Or just see what happens when they collide, or... Bullet bill has a macro of neutral special on the... There's a macro of neutral special plus taunt on the ground to refresh a blaster. That's good. I would That's a weird thing. I hate to be this way, but that's a really weird thing to rate for me. Because on one hand, that's like... Maybe it's in the... I'll check the tooltips and see if it's there. But... Because that's like... Obviously not something you need to play the character, but that's very useful information that's not... I mean, it's not easy to convey, to be fair. But the fact that it doesn't convey that to the player is a very weird thing. I think I remember someone talking about that, but... And special kills you if you don't have the cannon out, which is very funny. Yeah. Oh! I see. If I hit into the cannon... Gotcha, that's actually super sick. So it's a recovery if I do like that. Oh, that's so cool. But yeah, I've seen this before. I did not mean to do that. I meant to do aerial. Gotta get rid of the cannon. Throw it off stage, and then... Yeah, it's so funny. Aren't really supposed to do it like that, honestly. Gotcha, that makes sense. That makes sense. If that's the way you're looking at the character, then I think that's totally fair. Is you forget and land kamikaze and you die. There is one really funny thing with this character that I think is probably strong from a competitive standpoint, but I really like on this character. Let me see if I can do it. I did it in the highlights video, but I'm gonna see if I can do it again. I think I don't have enough room on the stage to do it. Basically, you can shove people... If the blast zones are small enough, you can shove people into the blast zone with forward special. Spawning a blaster resets the amount of mini bills you can store in it. Cool. So I don't know why I died there. I'm gonna give him another go. I wasn't paying attention. I think I was just trying to mess with stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. The fact that the cannon... the fact that the cannon starts at such a weird place where none of your moves can really hit it. Actually, can you do that? Never mind, you can do that. As close as it could with the animation still making sense. Okay. At least you can up special it. That makes sense. I think because you can up special it, it's not as bad. Like, let me try that real quick. No, you have to roll into it, but that's okay. I think if it was a little bit closer, just a tiny bit closer where you could up special it, it'd be perfect. Because then you have a round start option. But I don't think that's like, I think that's such a minor thing that's not even like worth talking about contest-wise. That's more of a balance thing, and we don't care about balance here. Tech is killing the cannon at the start so I can replace it. I mean, that works. Whatever works, you know? Okay. Now that I understand that move, though, I feel like a whole world has opened up to me. Yeah, wait, so... Good idea? Alright. Awesome. I'm curious about something, because I think the answer is yes, but I have to see it for myself. Well, now I can't. Thank you, Zetterburn, for being a pain. I want to win this. So, I see. So you can do like... Yeah, okay, that's actually cool. Boom. Mini bill. Or mini bill. Okay, so you can't use strongs in the air, which makes sense. It'd be cool if you could, just for the mini bills, but I understand that that might be a bit much. It just would make sense with the idea of the move. At least to me. Maybe I'm just crazy. But I think that... Anybody gets a taunt reference? I don't even know if I looked at the taunt. I should. Yeah, I don't immediately get the reference, but it's a cool move. My brain says Super Show, but I don't think it's Super Show. No strong in the air was a controller issue. Gotcha. It doesn't affect game feel in any way, really, but it's just an interesting thing that, like, the way the move looks like it could. Oof. All right. Boom. For the cannon, hit him with it. Love your C-stick aerials. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Okay, my bullet bill is pretty bad, and I apologize, but I have thoughts, so there's a couple things I want to check first. Let's get Ori. Let's get Spade with Pretty. The biting villain is hilarious. The Pan Man. Nice. I love the music, babe. Alright, so I have one thing I gotta check here. Which is... I need to know when these kill. They probably kill at a normal rate, and I'm just crazy. But feels like kill power is kinda low for a bullet bill. 100 makes sense that that wouldn't kill. Another 20. Let me go to like 150. Well, that kills. That kills. So stuff kills at 150. That's for sure. 140. 140. Everything kills fine. But that didn't Galaxy at 140, which I guess is okay. But these. That's not, like, problematic range. Neutral Special? Yeah, I'll look up Neutral Special. Let me check. Okay. It's not like problem range. Like, neutral special is definitely fine. I take it back. It was just a me thing. They could get a little stronger, but it's not like... It's not to the point of being a game feel thing, it's just a balance thing. I think it's a game feel thing if your character is, like, not killing people at, like, 160 or something insane like that, where you're like, hey, how do I kill with this character? But, yeah, I think that's fine. So that was something that I felt like I noticed, and I'm glad to see it's not a problem. So, I'm trying to think. What is there to talk? Like, this character's just all around solid. Like, it's so hard to find things that I'm like, this is... Like, it's so hard to find things that I look at with this character, and I'm like, this is weird. Because a lot of the problems with this character are more balance, not really, like, game feel. Like, if you're a casual player approaching this character, it's like, everything feels perfect. There's got to be something that I'm... There's gotta be something I'm missing. I love the Torpedo Ted. I love all the references. I think that's like such a polished thing. And then... I think there is one incredibly tiny thing. Wait, hang on. Is it not gonna happen for me? Maybe it got fixed. Probably got fixed. Posted cringe on Twitter. Did that get fixed? Okay, that got fixed. There used to be a weird thing. Maybe it just happened to me and I'm crazy. Oh no, never mind. Okay. No, that makes sense. Never mind. I feel like maybe, and this is a big maybe, just hitting the cannon at all should be a detection. But, because like right now you just do that. And if you accidentally are like pushing down a little too long, it won't register. I mean, depends on the range, but... I feel like maybe that's something to consider, but it's such a small thing. Everything is like, seems like a bigger problem, and then I check it, and it's like not a problem at all. How do I criticize this character? You've made something too good. Game feel... Tighten the area of registration too much. Like, all of these things are, like, so small that they're, like, balance issues. Like, I'm saying a bunch of things, but it's, like, I'm not finding anything that I can be like, yeah. I love all the references. I love how all of this goes. I'm scared of him because of Kaizo Hell. Ori? What do you mean Ori? What did Ori do? Did I miss something? Can you launch some mini bills in the cannon at Ori for me? Oh no! Maybe a little bit of a... Hang on, that could be a thing. Thank you. Thank you, Nuzzle, for telling me. That's not gonna be much, but I think that could be a game feel thing. Let me look at it. So my arcs are... How tall is Ori? Is Ori, like, significantly... Because, like... I think the problem is, if it doesn't hit Ori... That, I think, might be a... And, I mean, it's not a big thing. I'm literally grasping at straws here for something to criticize this character on. Because everything else is fantastic. I think... No, you really thought of everything. I'm like, okay, some of these animations look similar. No. No, Okay, that's the only thing I can criticize, I think. Like, legitimately, I think everything else is, like, at the very least, solid. Like, there might be some other stuff that I put higher just because I think that they're exceptional, but I'm gonna be honest, I think Bullet Bill is near flawless. Like, I legitimately, the more I look at this character, the less ideas I can come up with what I can criticize. Like, this is like so hard to come up with anything. This character is just a absolute banger. I mean, it's a bullet bill, it has a cannon, it's unorthodox. Murder of... It shoots itself at people. What else do I have to say? It's creative. I mean, I could say, like, more... No, not even the normals. The normals are a little bit weird for Bulletville, but I think they're still fine. I think... I can't think of anything. It's... That is creative. Okay. This is just for them how slow it is to get a bunch of mini bills set up. That's like the one thing I have a problem with too. Like, for how much it gets set up and how easily it gets beat by other characters, that's the only thing that I think you can look at and say, this is like, a lot of the stuff you can look at and say, yes, this is a presentation issue. Like, or this is a balance issue, but it's not an issue in terms of what we're judging. But that's the only thing I think you can look at and say legitimately is an issue. Like, everything else seems just all around solid. I don't have that many notes just because I don't have anything, like, bad to say. It's been so long and I was just like, I'm speechless. This is just good. Aleria. Let's go, Aleria. Bill doesn't feel like a rush down there. They're definitely like set play. They're not really a rush down, more so that they're just set play, which means that they're trying to approach and do some. They're on Ping Dior and PK. I don't know. I'll have this up as a VOD so people can look and see their characters and the timestamps. So, yeah, we've been going for quite a bit so far. But now we have Aleria. Thanks, Vivi. I'll try to do my best to go through. So this is the character I was referring to before when I said that there was a character more bizarre and chaotic than Phasmophobia guy. So, let me explain what's going on with this character. Anytime I push a button, you see that clock ticking up, right? Once it hits the corner, it switches stances. Or it can just not if you use the wrong move. And the move you get just depends on whatever move you push. So there's 4 stances. They all have different properties. They all have different pillars that all do different things. The moves have interesting... Like, the moves are all the same visually, but feel very different in actual execution based on what stance you're in. Basically, you're playing a character who just does so many things, and you have to keep track of all of them. Being in here means that you won't lose your stance. There's just... Yeah. I would like to get... No, I went the wrong way. Basically, Monado arts, but they're constantly changing, and it's like next to impossible to ever deliberately control them. Which is the idea. So the idea of this character, from what I get from the Steam page, and maybe I'm confusing some things on the wording, but the idea is there a character that is intentionally played as a character that you can't control all the elements in. they're supposed to be a character that you just have to go with the flow. There is a way to know, but it's like nigh impossible to keep track of. I think that was an intentional part of the character. Which, on one hand, I think they set out to do what they needed to do. But I think the problem is that the way that the information is conveyed to the player is not engaging, nor does it really make sense. And it's easy to just cheese. Like, if you really wanted to play this character, you could just cheese it. But, like, if you're trying to play the character the way they're intended to be played, then, you know, you can go kind of wacky with it. But, I mean, I guess I'm arguing that I know how this character was intended to be played, and I don't really know how this character was intended to be played. But if I just jab, then that switch doesn't happen. Because there's no switch trigger on jab. This character feels like I would just mash and win somehow. That's what's good about this character. All the music is good. So that is what's good about this character. The idea of the character, I don't think is flawed. I think the idea, believe it or not, I'm going to say, I think for the idea that they were going for, I think it's clever. The idea is they're a stance change character that you just kind of have to roll with the punches. You're not going to be able to figure it out, and I'm pretty sure that's by design. Because there's so much stuff you get. Oh, so let me look at hitboxes, because people said the hitboxes were weird. They're alright. Those look pretty solid to me. I guess some of them end a little early, but they don't look bad. I think some of the... I don't think the art's even that. The art is clear enough? I don't know. It's probably a subjective thing, but I'm not sure how much I really like the art, but it's not, like, so difficult to understand what the character, what it's trying to convey to me. Like, I think the art is readable, it's just not necessarily super clean. And honestly, I don't know what it is. I think there it's pretty obvious that the smears are just very weird. I'm trying to figure out what it is about the regular sprites that are just is off to me. I think the idol looks nice. Is it the fact that they have like smears on everything? Kinda? I think it might be that. They have like a weird like effect on everything to kind of signify that they have what stance they're in. But it also is just like really weird. They're looking like a spike on all versions, but only being a full spike on one stance. That's kind of an inherent issue with the design of the character, but I don't know, I think it's okay. It's definitely something that is to look at. Kind of like that you can't really pick and choose what stance you're in. Yeah, I like that too. I just feel like the information that this character has needs to be conveyed to the player better. Down strong? Down strong is cool. I think that this move is pretty cool. I like dash attack a lot. I like the kick is pretty cool. Like some of the animations are really smooth. It's just something is off about them and I can't articulate what it is. Like I don't know what it is and I wish I could. I wish I could figure out what it is, but I don't want to put, like, down as, like, an answer. Oh, well, the moves... Look, is it the proportions? I guess it could be, yeah. I think some of it, at the very least, I can say the smears are... Earth is pretty good stance. There's some pretty weird anatomy. Kinda, yeah. Definitely super reliant on the kicks. I think that a lot of the moves do feel good, especially in certain stances. But again, I think the problem is just conveying the information to the player better. That's the number one thing. I think one of the easiest ways to do it is I think that I think if they wanted to completely simplify the stance system, they could make it so that there's a timer on the stance that goes up every time you do a hit, and then whatever button you push is which stance you go into. And jab doesn't reset it, it just... Jab and neutral air don't reset it or anything, they just keep it. So like jab wouldn't go back to normal the next time you hit a move. So it'd still be, but if they still want to keep the unpredictability, honestly, I think just put them on a cycle. Just, that's probably the easiest way. Don't have the weird switching back and forth. Just put them on a cycle. Something that's a little easier for someone to grasp. But I think that's what I'm gonna put. Just super unorthodox. Just generally information is poorly conveyed. I wanted them to have some control over the stances. But right now, you really can't. I'm gonna be honest there. I don't think you really can, which kind of a shame, but you know, it's okay. Are the stance changes on the big lines? Yeah. They're super unorthodox. I think the information is a little poorly conveyed. Moves feel good to play, but they feel good, but it's just there. Mirrors off. And then I don't know what I would put. I guess I would still say polish is a little rough. Gimmick needs... I think that there's two. So I guess I can say this now because we're kind of midway through it here, and as I'm going through these, I'm realizing, and this is something I already knew, that there were two major problems with these characters. That sleep part of the idol? No, it's taunt. There are two major problems with these characters, and I was well aware of it when I came into it. The first flaw that these characters have is that not all of them. I'm saying this just generally. These are the two easiest things to hit characters with. Which is, their kits have weird gimmicks, but they lack cohesion. And the character has some bizarre gimmick that does not read well to the player. Is there any more characters? Oh, we've got tons. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 left. So... we're moving on to Mira. Mira is quite interesting. Gotta find her, though. There she is. Ten more. Yeah, we're home stretch, 2/3 of the way there. So we'll be done, at this rate, we'll be done by 1 a.m. So, 1 at my time at least. How much character is there? There are 34 characters, and we have 10 left. Well, I guess there's 35, because I added Beryl, who's not part of the jam, but I still wanted to look at. Good. We're like 1/3 of the way through it. We're 2/3 of the way, for sure. I think it crashed. I think everything crashed. Yeah, I think everything may or may not have crashed. Oh wait, we good. We good. Okay. Never mind. We're alive. Hello? Did anything break? Are we still good? I think we're good. Okay. Let's go. First mistake I made. No. You know, I don't think that was on you. I don't think that was on you. I think that was just my computer screaming. We're good. Alright. The new animations are already perfect for Parker. Pretty good alts. Not that I'm judging those, but they are cool. Look at Mira. I have some things. I think a lot of this is probably going to be similar to what other people have said about the character so far. So the mechanics of this character, there's two in particular. One is that you can store charges. And then I believe you can use them for something later, but I have to figure out what that is. I'm sure I'll run into it. It's not just... PC heard about 9 more characters. So you have this wheel move, which is really cool. So while you have that out, it's just basically a hitbox that pressures people. The main gimmick of this character is probably this his forward special, which is like a step dash. And doing the step dash does... I knew you didn't know what she did when I saw the highlight. There's some things I know. I know some things. But again, there's some things to convey. It's forward special? Yeah, forward special is the kick move, which I really like. Or is it just forward special double tap? Oh, I see. Gotcha. So I can do like... I'll figure out the input for it, but I see what people are saying. Oh, okay. So I think you can already tell, but, and I'm sure a lot of people have already said this, the mechanic itself is super cool, but it doesn't read very well. Like, it's not something that I would figure out, and I think there's a lot of ways to fix that. Because the thing is, maybe I'm completely wrong, but if I do forward special, and then I push forward special again, it doesn't seem like it seems like all it does is reset the clone. So I think the problem, to me at least, is that feels like the obvious input to me. Is, like, just do... Maybe I'm crazy, but to me that's the obvious input is, oh, I have charges for my forward special. The game does show stuff on the HUD that tells you that it does something with forward special. But my first instinct is to double tap forward special. And that does not seem to be the way to do it. It does something, but it doesn't do the main thing, which... Maybe there's use for it, and I haven't figured it out, but I think I would, personally at least, although that's probably more of a subjective fix. I think the problem is objective, which is that it's very hard to convey that info to the player. And it's very difficult to do. I still haven't even gotten one yet. Like, definitely works, but gotcha. Okay, it is really cool when you get it to work, but I guess the thing is, it just feels really awkward that you have to cancel out of it, and there's not at least a suboptimal option. I think that's my take so far. Is it's definitely a super sick mechanic. I love how it works, but I wish that there was a suboptimal option to it that lets you just use it straight from the teleport. Any strong can be canceled into. Yeah, I see now why it's not double tap special. I get that now. But, like, if I'm doing forward special and I'm pushing strong, it doesn't quite work. Which I get is part of the point, but I think being able to cancel directly from the teleport as well would read a lot better to people. Maybe that's, like, I think that's the thing. But I think the rest of it, aside from that mechanic, I think that the rest of it is pretty solid. Like, I love this move. This move is super cool. You can combo it into forward air, which I really like. Yeah, it's forward special, attack, strong. And I get that now, but it's a really weird input. You can cancel specials in the first part. I mean, kinda. But I think being able to... I mean, cancel into strongs. Like, if I do the forward special, and I try to do a strong out of the forward special, it only works when I do the kick. Which, I get is super useful that you're able to do stuff out of the kick, but it doesn't read well. Like, that's my critique, is like, if you're a new person trying to figure that out, it's not something that's super simple. And I mean... Not that everything has to be like... I think the thing is, when you're making something... Making it so that it's... There's a thing of, like, weird mechanics that take time to master are good. But there's not something that really tells you, oh, hey, I need to push strong after I land the kick. Like, it feels good once you get it. I'm gonna completely be honest there. It feels really good once you get it, but... I do think that if it had some way of canceling before then, it'd be like, oh. I'm gonna make strong in any point, but it was too strong. Suppose. But even then, it's like, I don't think it'd be too bad. Even if it was like some reduced knockback on him or something, I don't know. I think right now it's just, yeah, it definitely feels a little rough that you have to do the Gatling. I think that's my biggest thing. But other than that, animations, let's look at those. Right, again, I have to be a little nitpicky because, you know, that looks nice. I'm a sucker for any move that changes the expression of the character when you do it. Like, that's cool. Think. There we go. I think animations look and read pretty well. Is up B? Yeah, up B is really good. I like the wheel a lot. I think that a lot of the moves feel really nice. Yeah, I definitely feel the Morrigan inspiration on moves like forward special, which I'm a sucker for. I love Darkstalkers, so I can definitely see some of the traditional fighter inspiration here. As much as I will joke and go, whoa, is that Ronald's up special? But, yeah. I definitely think that there's some stuff that I think could be a little better in the game feel department. Mainly just that, like, that feels like it should hit a little harder than it does. Maybe that's just me, but can you hit fall it? No, you can't. Regal DP for the up tilt. Yeah, it's such a good move, but I feel like it could be a little stronger. Again, that's more of balance, but a lot of that is like a question of where does it become game feel and where does it become balance, which is a thin line. But I think generally some of these moves could stand to be a little more convenient to use, but up till it has strong hitboxes on the edge. Okay, so gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. It almost feels like it, like the other hit almost feels like it sounds a little stronger. But yeah, I think my take so far is the character unorthodox? Yes, I will say that they are unorthodox. I don't know if they're the most unorthodox character in the jam, but I think they definitely do have that idea of they have got a lot of stuff going on that's a little strange, but in an interesting way. There's that. Animations look great to me. They have some great secondary motion, as well as some, you know, like just expressions. I think the animations are absolutely fire on this character. I mean, there's some of them might serve to be, might end up needing to be a little. Use forward special and cancel it into up special. Okay. Oh, I get it. I get it. That didn't convey to me. Oh. See, that didn't convey to me. I get it now. That's a... okay. So wait, so if I do... okay, gotcha. So then you can go... yeah, I see what you mean. So like... gotcha. How do you build charge for forward special? You charge up a strong and then hold after it. There's also a counter for it. And it's a very weird input. It doesn't feel too bad once you get it. But honestly, if the... I feel like one thing is it might be... like, one thing maybe is... make their... like, I still think the charging on strongs is cool. But if you wanted to add one, maybe if this was tap special, and then you could also just do like an energy charge as a hold special, it would work. There's definitely a lot of things that I think could be done. I don't necessarily think are 100%. Like, I do think this character is super solid. Let me be completely clear on that. I hope to see more of this character in the future at events and stuff. I really think that this character is awesome. There's definitely some stuff that could be improved, but I do think that for what they are super solid. I'm gonna start writing stuff down now because I've gone for quite a bit. I need to start moving through these a little bit faster. But when people are here, I like talking more. Down special is kind of... yeah. So unorthodox. I think concepts are unorthodox. Character, I think most animations are fluid. Animations are fluid, but have and have good. They have good. Mechanics don't read well. And the other thing that I didn't mention, but I am writing in my notes, is the normals on this character are super interesting. Like, they're very much... like, all of the normals are really good. You got the Capes Throw, you got the Genocide Cutter, you got Morgan, you got Chomp. Like, there's a couple that are, like, standard, but a lot of them are... definitely very goofy. Get raided for... Yo, Academy raid? Hey! Welcome, everybody. So, for those of you who might not be familiar with the workshop, let me explain what's going on today. So, there was a workshop jam that I hosted where we put money down and people made a bunch of characters. And the idea was to make a character in a month with really unorthodox things. So, we're looking through the contestants. We've gone through a lot of them. Unfortunately, you guys joined in at a very inconvenient time because there's something that's it's coming up. But yeah, overall, Mira, super solid character. I think that their mechanics just need a little bit more polishing, but other than that, I really like them. So I hope to see more of them. But we're not even going to go into a match. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you guys had to join in at this time, but we have to look at every character. And it's time for Fedora Man. I don't think I need to write too many notes on this character. I'm sorry. I don't even know who made this character. I know they probably know my stuff. But I'm sorry. Fedora Man, first off, sprite is that. Their movement is so bizarre. So this is me running. So this is me running. This is my run speed. This is my run stop. So, their physics are all over the place. They don't have a run animation. They just kind of hover. It was I had Fedora Man to the iceberg. My game does not want... Why does my game lag every time I use Fedora Man up air? What secrets are they doing? Oh, this is... Hey, chat, wild question for you. If you saw this move, I'm gonna wait for you guys to answer before I tell you. If you saw this move, what button would you think it is? That up air kills it too? What button would you think that this button is? The one I'm doing in the air. Fair? Fair's a good guess. The button up air, also a good guess. Nair, I guess. Wait, no, you're right. It is plot twist. It is Nair, but it is also Dare. But it is also Jab. Any other characters worse than Fedora Man? They're lying through their teeth. Okay, I see people are already leaving because of the beauty that is Fedora Man. But this is Steve. That's unorthodox. He wins. I mean, he's probably the most unorthodox character. Doesn't make him good, but he is. How long does it take to get the projectile back? That did how much damage? Hold on. 18%. And we haven't even talked about the best part. Let's do down tilt. Let's do forward tilt. Up tilt. Tilts do stuff? Sometimes. Doing a tilt, a zoner in the game. So true. Doing a thing puts you in... It has no hitbox. Too many people came here to see Fedora Man. F-tilt heals? Oh. Huh? What is this? What is this like? Oh wait, so I do it again. Does it always heal? Okay, it does always heal. I thought it wasn't healing. But up tilt doesn't do anything. Dash attack doesn't do anything. No, dash attack puts me in 1,000 frames of end lag. Because this character has some moves that just randomly have 1,000 frames of end lag. So, I think I don't even need to put notes down for this character. I'm just gonna put no. That's all I'm gonna put in my notes. All I'm gonna put is I'm just gonna put no. Fedora Man. No. I'll give invincibility. Can I even hit fall? Probably. I mean, how would I even test that, though? Like, those characters' things are like... No, you can't hit fall. What? Can you? Okay, no, you can't hit fall. I was crazy. Oh, wait, this is also back air. Give it the same score as Fedora Man. The victory theme helps everything. Alright. Alright, well, I'll trust you guys in chat. We're gonna see what the victory theme is. Fedora Man out of 40. Alright, let's see how this goes. Is it Dev of Fedora Man watching this? Fedora Man Dev is here? What were you thinking when you made this character? I'm sorry. Oh, he doesn't have a victory theme. No. Skip out of 40. No, I'm legitimately just keeping in my notes. Fedora Man. No. That's the only note I'm writing for him. Alright. Now we have another one that I haven't played with much, but I'm looking forward to playing more. And that is Void. There's Void. Didn't put too much work into it, my friend really wanted it. Okay, that's fair. I think that's fair. Honestly, here's the thing. You made a character, and I haven't yet. So I can't really... I can't criticize you too much. It's just... It's kinda just surprising. I did not expect to see something like like Fedora Man. Gave me a good chuckle, though. We're gonna go the definitely not an Among Us alt. The first tier. Yeah, I mean... Oh wait, I forgot to set the end to a CPU. Is that Void Termina? Yes, this is Void Termina as a playable character. Are we gonna have the issue with the eyes? Yeah, I don't know what's up with the eyes. I'm gonna try and fix it. I think it might be related to the alts. The question is it unavoidable? Okay, no. Is it an alt issue? No, there's still... Hang on. So the problem is there is a bug with this character, and it is, unfortunately... I try not to be biased towards... I try not to do too much on things, but I probably will take polish off for it, just because it's almost impossible to avoid it. There we go, now it works. I think it will happen from anything. It's not going to be too many points off, don't worry. But it's going to be a little bit on polish. Because I think the problem is, it happens all the time. Doesn't matter what you do, it pretty much always, like, it will happen. Really clean animation. The animations in this character are so good. What was the bug? The bug is that the projectile sometimes renders as invisible, and you just kind of have to deal with it. So the whole point of this character is he's a projectile manipulation character. So you can send this thing out and just shoot it at people. You can send it out and laser it, I think. What does lasering it do? Is it the same? Oh no, lasering it splits it up. It's still possible to play the character because you can always see the projectile while it's moving, but it gets really awkward to try to play against when it's there. But it's almost always in motion when you play him right, so... If you're just standing around, it's invisible, but... Oh. The issue with the projectile is an issue with how a game handles article sprites that are attached to projectiles. Alright, if that's the case, I think I heard someone mention that. I won't take too much. I'm not going to take anything off then. The laser is ridiculously powerful. Yeah, its character is strong. That's a forward strong, so this is a down strong. Or not down strong, that's a down B, which this is powerful, if that's what you're talking about. But forward strong is also good. I think I remember hearing that, though. You're right. Never mind. You're good. It's just really weird that sometimes it renders and sometimes it doesn't. I'm going to play a little bit more with Void because I need to understand a little bit more. Because I didn't use the other... there it is again. I'm not going to worry about it. I mean, I guess... I don't know. The thing is, I simultaneously do and don't want to take points off. Because the problem is, like... It's a problem, and it's frustrating that it's not fixable. So I would not take too many points off. But I might, because of the problem that it does significantly impact gameplay. It's frustrating, I know, but it's like, it's very hard. If it didn't affect gameplay, I wouldn't think it's too much of a problem. But like, if I just shoot one out, like here. A bad example. I'm trying to get one in a place where I can just... Like, you can't tell that there's a projectile there, but there is. It happens super frequently, unfortunately. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do if it happens in bracket. Yeah, I'm not going to take much off, but I will take a little bit off. Because I think that's going to be a big problem, especially if you're trying to get this character legal, unfortunately, because it's like... In bracket, if that happens, it's like, yeah. I'm not gonna take any more off than that because again, it's not entirely your fault. It's the game being shoddy, but I do think the problem is that it impacts the game. But I'm not gonna do anything more than that. I think it's important to acknowledge, but game crash for a second. I think have a new sprite constantly full of position of the projectile. There's probably ways of coding it, but the way that makes the most sense doesn't work. But yeah. So I think I have enough to like look at this again. Only the character Hexwiz. Well, Hexwiz or Hexwise has like that's Hexwiz's gimmick, is that you have to she has the projectile stuff. That's her whole gimmick. But I think making it invisible is definitely not intent. Wait, did that almost... I mean, that's weird, but... Or is it... Hang on, is it stage dependent, maybe? I'm curious. No, but I'm getting these squares at least, so I can kind of see them now. But, yeah, I think animations are fantastic. I think animation-wise, this character is amazing. They have a slide. They have a slide, so I immediately like them. Visual bugging out is very much unintended. Yeah. But I think everything else is super, super all-around solid. I think the only other thing is... the moveset is pretty basic. But other than that... Yeah. I'm late. It's my first time making it to a stream. We're just kind of going whenever, but I'm happy to see you here. Welcome. So we got... Animations are good. It's just got a lot of interesting stuff going on. I'm actually curious about one thing. So if you go... If I do forward special, down special, up special... Okay. So I do warp to them. Okay, good to know. I had to check. And yes, I know about... I do know about that, which is hilarious. But I think overall... Good. How many are left after Void? It looks like there's 7 left. So Void... not super unorthodox. So... Character is... Okay, then... I think that's what I have to do here. Alright, so that's Void. I think he's not super unorthodox, but the character choices, the animations are fantastic. He's got a simple game plan, but he feels really, really good to play. Projectile glitch, of course, but the projectile manipulation archetype is very creative. So let's move on to our next character, which I think is gonna be... Yep, it's gonna be Nova. So there's one thing that I want to try with this character. I don't know if I should rate them on it, but I want to do it. I don't know where it'll factor into my rating, but I want to see it. I want to see it in person. This is the jam build, right? Void is void of flaws. He has the one flaw, but everything else... Yeah, perfect state for it. So, there's one thing with this character that's infamous, but I can't do it. Character has... Oh, dang it. I think it only works on larger characters. Actually, no, there it went. So then, orbs, no, he hit me out of it. So I should explain the gimmick of this character. This character has free movement with these blinks, right? They let you move around and go all over the place. But the opponent can hit the blink and do it. It's an infinite on certain characters. I don't know if it works on Arcane. It was an issue before, but I can't get it to work on characters. So it might be character specific, in which case I'm not going to bother about it. It's very funny though. But they turn into 2 characters, which is really cool too, in their animations. Their animations are super snappy. Because their whole thing is that they're like time traveler. They also have Lightning Buster. Try Edelus? I'll try it against Edelus in a minute. But I want to... Yeah, so they have Lightning Buster. Which my game is really not liking right now. Probably because we picked the lag stage. Nova's so fun. Yeah, Nova's really, really fun. But yeah, I think they're a pretty standard character all around, but they're really cool. one of the things... And you're gonna have a link to the collection of these submissions. They should be in the description of the YouTube video if you're there. If you're on Twitch, yeah. Do blink immediately after a jump? Yeah. Yeah, you can blink boost with it, and it's really cool. Which lets you get a lot of... You can basically, like, what is it? Orca hop with it, which is super cool. So I'll try it on Edalus real quick because I want to see it. If I can do it. We'll just do it on regular Abyss. Clarence Padawan, yeah. Oh no, the AI knows. If he hammers me, I'm dead. Why is it lagging so much? I think it's the orbs cause a little bit of lag, which is surprising, but it's Rivals code, so it runs on toothpicks and glue. I would say is don't ever fight this character on Air Armada. Found it on Steam pretty quickly. Yeah, the link is in the description. Why is it not in the description? I put it there. I'm mad. I'm so angry that it's not there. But it's literally the front page of the collections right now. I think it's either the first or second result. I'm pretty sure it's like just go to the Steam collections and it'll be there. Rivals like melee. Oh yeah, I forgot about Nair. Nair is super cool. So if you do Nair once, it's just a quick little spin. But if you do Nair twice, you get PM Lucina Nair. But yeah, this character's got a lot going on. I really like him. These toothpicks and glue are so sick. I'll be sharing my notes with devs after I finish. I can, if you'd like me to send you the notes, I can. I probably will just keep this here because it has all of it, but if you want me to just send you the notes I made for the characters, I will. They're not super in-depth, they're just mostly rough things to remind me of what I found here. But I can definitely do that. Notice that's Mithra side B? Yep, it is. Can I do one per airtime, or can I do multiple per airtime? He reminds me a lot of Mugen. Yeah, it's very much like Mugen in a lot of ways, but like one of the interesting things about this game versus Mugen is there's like a whole bit of balance to it, because the community like has come together and tried to make like balanced tournaments around it, and it's really cool. But okay, so my takes on this character, there's a couple of things I have issue with. I think they're fine. It's just notable. This is one of those characters you don't get free-falled. It seems weird that this character, I don't know if it's the character's fault, and I'm not going to rate it on lag, but for whatever reason the character is lagging a bit. So it might be a performance thing, but performance is not a category. Maybe it was just hacking wars at some point. Ronald McDonald. You don't get free fall grab, this game doesn't have ledge. Yeah. Alright. Maybe? Seems okay, actually. Actually, no. I lied. These moves, some of these moves definitely should kill, and they aren't. I think that's one of my gonna be a big gripe for me, is just that some of the kill power is notably like it's noticeably, like, if you were a new player, is the back hit strong? Like, if you didn't even know what things should kill at. I think power... And again, I said I wasn't gonna talk about balance, but that's a game feel thing. It's like, if my character doesn't kill you with my down strong at 190, and it's not like a combo tool, it's probably a problem. Rivals Workshop at a point where people despise cheapy stuff. People still do. But the problem with the cheapy trend was that it wasn't creative. Like, so many of those characters, if you go back, are just the same characters rehashed. Like, stolen code, pretty much the exact same moves, completely missing the point of the original. Like, there was a 100% accurate Kirby that had Fox's moveset. Why? That breaks the whole point of the joke. That time it killed. Hang on, let me see some things. Nope, I'm just crazy. But I think this character overall is really good. If I have to look at something, it's that the kill power is noticeably weak, even if you're not like a player who knows a lot about the game yet. Connect both hits? Maybe? I don't think it's possible. I think they're in the same hitbox group, so you can't get both. But I think they're noticeably weak, but that's okay. But yeah, that's my big thing. I think he does need a little, or I don't know them, but I think they do need a little bit more strength. I think the concept is sick. Blink, I think they already know this. Blink is super cool as a mechanic, but I do think it needs a little bit more that you can do with it, because right now it's pretty dry. You have one use of it, other than just Blink combo. Imagine this sortie not being legal in tournaments. Does Blink boost strongs? No, it does not. I don't think I can blink. I can blink out of a strong, I'm pretty sure, but I can't blink into a strong. No, I can't even blink out of strongs. Yeah, I can't blink out of strongs. I can blink out of normals. I can blink out of... Can I blink out of aerials? I can blink out of aerials. But you can't cancel strongs with them. But it gives you that. You have Dacus, but it's the most... Or you have a dash attack Gatling, but it's specifically dash attack cancel. I had it working just now. You have to do it perfect. Hitting them into one. No. So it's very weird how these work. I'm pretty sure they don't. I'll check it real quick, but... The way that these work is super weird. So I can... So if I can go control... I can blow those up, right? But they're actually a weakness, not a strength. Because right now, if Sylvanos feels like doing that, I get teleported to it. So it's a super interesting concept, but I just don't think that... I think that there's more that could be done with it. Nova... Super... Energy... Animation is near flawless. What else is there? I think just... Kill... Oh... Noticeably bad. And I'm trying to think of anything else. Can't think of anything else that I really feel. I guess normals are super cool. Okay, there we go. So now we've got another one that I think is not going to take us that much time to talk about, which is good because I'm sure it's getting late. People are getting tired, so we're going to try to get through these a little faster. I said that, and then I took even longer last time, but we're going to get through these. And I think today or tonight or tomorrow I'll put in all my stuff, but let's go Amazon Alexa, the sapient spyware. So you get the Prime Van. You can launch packages on people. That effect did not go away. The cover Void? Yeah, we did cover Void. What is a tetherball meta? Is there a tetherball tourney? There has been a tetherball tourney. Thing is, the only thing I know about the tetherball meta is tetherball singles don't exist anymore. People tried tetherball singles and determined that they are not a fun meta to play. So tetherball doubles has become the way to play. That's all I know about tetherball. Whoa, that's a cool down air. Yeah. It's a pretty easy fix, but... So it seems like it'll... Does it always happen if it just hits a platform? Oh, so it only stops the effects if it hits a platform. Here's Sambert. I don't think he's Sambert. He definitely... He's got a couple things that feel very Samberty. We'll check those, but... I don't think that's like a... That's definitely not a Sambert move. Down air is definitely not. Up air is definitely... I don't think it is. Forward air is certainly not Sambert. Some of these are very Sambert-esque, but... We'll check and see how different they are, but they definitely seem to be... They seem to be alright, but... But at the very least, I don't think that these are very interesting normals. The only ones that are super interesting are down air and then dash attack. Oh wait, hang on. Hold on a second. I know that hit effect. Yeah, it's... Never mind. Eldom, how could you do this to me? Did he make it send down to... Sambert Dare projectile? I like some of these normals, but I think some of them are also like either like super... They're super Sandverty. Sambert reskin. This character is not a Sambert reskin. This is an Amazon Alexa. Let's be clear, this character is not a reskin of Sambert. They have their own unique moves, so that some of them seem to be very Sandberty. Is it better to release a character too strong or too weak? Almost, you ask anybody, 9 times out of 10 they're going to tell you it's good to release a character too strong. Because if you release a character too strong, it's easy to fix them. If you release a character too weak, generally you have flaws in the character that needs to be significantly toned down, or toned up. And going up is harder than going down. Because if you have to make something that you designed to have like significant weaknesses better, it just becomes too difficult. The Wind's theme is pretty good. I think it's Rob's, but... Alright, let's look at this a little bit. I know they have Moonaphone. Don't support yet. Plus phone and pretend you didn't see this. Wait. Oh, they didn't rate stuff. Okay, it's not Sambert. That's not Sambert, but... Let me do what I did for the last character. Death with broken characters don't get any feedback usually. Not always. I think it's a question of how you designed your character. Because if your character looks cool and you're open to feedback, people are going to balance them. Some sand left in the stuff gets everywhere. Alright, it's time to bring out my my cheat detection. So there's a couple moves that seem very obvious. Oh, and now it's like being really slow. So let me control. Wait, did I have hitbox mode on? Hang on. We're doing what I did for the last one. Bless this buddy's existence. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, it's a little different. But, I mean, it does 1 less damage. What time do they end? Bruh. Y'all, you really put Sambert in character. Hang on, that's... And then we do... Trying to do... It's 9 frames. 5, 7, 75, 10. So this one has a tipper at least. 7.7361. It's very obviously the Sambert effects. Alright, we gotta do some sleuthing. I did not mean to do that. I meant to advance the frames with that. You have smart bro.
The verb adapt is usually defined as to make suitable to requirements or conditions.
No.
Modify fittingly.
Oh no, the taunt. The taunt is the definition of adapt. Why does he keep doing that? I'm not wanting to do that. I want to chomp. There we go. 9,773,61. Okay, I think I've seen enough. We can test a couple more of these. I guess we'll test one more because this was like the most obvious. Okay. 861 to 60. And then oops. Okay. So that's different actually. 18, that's way different. Okay, that is different. I will give him that. But why does it use the dare effect? Why put the effect on the move? I think a lot of it is the animations seem very much like Sambert's. There's a lot of stuff that definitely looks like Sambert leftovers. I don't know. This character's polish score is gonna suffer. Sorry I spent so long looking at that, but I think I've seen enough now. So Amazon Alexa, animation, heavily based on Sambert. Weird anims, but that's... trying to think of what else. Theme feel. Yeah. We did just cover the Echo, but they are so heavily based on Sambert. Body bugs, moves feel awkward. I think that's really all I can say. Anything else? Creativity? I think that sums it up. Alright, Visselle. I have some stuff to say about Visselle. We're in the home stretch. We have 5 left. So hopefully we won't be going that much longer. So Visselle, I have some opinions on. There's some characters I have good opinions on, some characters not so much. But Visselle is they're okay. Let me get rid of this. The phosphorescent potionist. So I have some thoughts on this character. I'm really marathoning it. Yep, might as well get it all done in one go. It'll be a really crazy VOD on the channel, but I'm gonna leave it up because I know people are gonna be interested. But so Visselle, I have some opinions on. Wait, did that? I swear, hang on. Did I do forward special? I must have. Hang on, I'm going crazy. Did I do something wrong? Or is this character different than I thought? I must have done forward special. Yeah, absolutely must have done forward special. To name all US municipalities, no pause. Okay, so Visselle, the first thing you're probably noticing is there's this meter, and it stores up to 4. Well, you see how long it takes for me to even get 1. And what do I get out of it? Something that I don't think is really worth the risk. I get my meter back for hitting it. It's okay. But yeah. And then the other thing that this character can do is that they can use that meter to do charged strongs, but I have to get to the point where I can actually do them. Let me charge meter. I can hold this button down and move while charging, which is nice. That's really weird. Yeah, the art on this character is very good. Like, super, super good. I think the biggest problems with this character come from game feel. Has anyone added PK Fire? I'm sure someone has. If I make a character, I kind of want to give them PK Fire, because I'm thinking about doing Robo-Kai at some point. Although I have no clue how to even start that. But if I do, I want to do that, and then they have a move that's very similar to PK Fire, so if I do that. But I'm sure someone has made a PK Fire. I know there's Lucas PK Fire. The character design is really cute, yeah. I think the biggest thing with this character is their strong attacks aren't good at killing, and they need a meter to kill. But how do they get meter to kill people? Well, you need to get meter, which means you're going to need to do forward special. But if you do forward special, it's not gonna. But forward special is super slow and predictable, and it's easy to punish. But it's your only way to reliably gain meter. I know you can hold neutral special, but look at how slow that is. Like, you can kind of do it, but can you do it while doing other things? So I don't know if I like how that is, but. No, you can't do it while doing other things, but you only need to move. Like, you can hold neutral special, but I think that's such a poor way of doing it. Like, sure you can. Oh, there's an issue. Just noticed a pretty major issue. So I was wondering where the charge strongs were, right? I use smash stick. Charge strongs don't work with smash stick. Hang on. That's a thing. Let's just go here. The gimmick is really cool. I think that nothing you get from the gimmick is very impactful. Yeah, I do normal up tilt with stick. But then I charge with my button and it works. You just can't charge strongs? No, you can charge strongs, you just need meter. See? So with smash stick, you can't. Maybe, I don't know why, I have default controls, so it can't be a control issue. But if I'm using my stick, I can't. Yeah, which is... It's rough. So I think they don't gain meter, and it's like, a lot of the stuff that they get from having meter is... You throw stuff, and then, you know, throw a bomb. The bombs are all unique, but they all are so... Yeah, specifically with this character, it's a problem with them, because they can't charge strongs, but they can spend meter on strongs to instantly charge them, basically. And they can also spend even more meter to do that. Wait, huh? Did I just see that right? Let me check one more time, just make sure I'm not crazy. Shove him into range. Okay, it does hit. It just is such confusingly slow range. So I will be honest, this character's normals are not bad. I think the character's normals are great, but if you want to use any of their gimmicky stuff, it's like next to impossible. And even then, killing with this character is hard because, again, your strongs don't work very well. But we got that, which doesn't do a whole lot. We got this, which... Throw it down, and that's basically what it does. Does it do anything if I let it rise into the air? Or is the whole gimmick that it just rises? Characters that don't care about their gimmicks are pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, none of those projectiles, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be brutally honest here. I really apologize, but none of those projectiles feel good to land at all. The animations are sick, everything else, but their gimmicks just do not feel fun in the slightest. Like, they don't gain meter fast enough to get them. When they have them... When they have the gimmicks, they don't provide any impact. Is there something I'm missing? Tapping a strong uses a weak version of it, but holding it with 1 bar of meter. Yeah, but I'm trying to hold with my stick and I can't. Can I double jump cancel with this character? I think? Yeah, you can double jump cancel. So they have that going for him. They have a couple of things going for them, but I think overall their normals are just so rough. I'm not just normals, but their mechanics are just, they're not very well thought out. I have to put that. So Visselle. Not the most unorthodox, but still cool. Cool concept. Fairly simple execution. Mechanics. Gimmick is hard to get. Provide little gain. What else? They're cool concept, they're fairly simple in execution, their gimmick is hard to do and provides very little to gain. Right work is fantastic. I'm going to check the animations just to make sure. They look like good animations, I'm not going to say that they aren't. I think it's kind of hard when you're looking at jumping moves. But I do think that there is a little bit of... With some of them, there's a little bit too much. But I think some of it is like, they kind of have to. I think the animations are fine. I'm not going to criticize them. I don't know what to do here. I think that the main thing is just the... Also, like, a lot of these items are just... A lot of these, like, strongs are just not all that useful without any sort of meter. Like, this is a... Like, this is good as, like, an extra forward tilt. The others are just... No, they're not that good. Let me... Can't charge with stick. Think. Hmm. I kind of wish the up smash bubble had some power. Yeah. But. Alright, so that's basically what I have to say about Visselle. They're alright. They're not perfect, but they're alright. I think that their mechanics need a second look. Like, it's not... I love the normals. I love the way this character moves, but their mechanics need a second look, because the way that they currently work, it's not satisfying at all to use any of them. What does this even do? I throw it. It go boom. Oh, it boomerangs back to me. So, yeah. The character with a fast faller with double jump cancel? I'm trying to think, but I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, you can technically play anyone like a fast faller in this game because, you know, hitfall is such a big mechanic. I'm trying to think if there's anyone in particular. Even Absa you can kind of play that way. So let's move on. Let's go to Vlamprey. Where is Vlamprey? So Vlamprey, I do have some opinions on too. Let's go over Vlamprey. So Vlamprey's gimmick is that they take damage in the sun. And they can heal off of a lot of their moves to make up for that. So they can hide under platforms to stop themselves from getting hurt by the sun. And they can also like leech health off of the opponent. So like I can do that, and then I'm slowly stealing their health. I can also do it with an actual leech. Hey, Noise, good to see ya. Play the Griffin skin, I will. I know y'all want to see it, but I'll show it off in a minute. So I definitely have some thoughts on this character, but kind of spacey. Have you looked at Luke? I guess they don't have double jump cancel. I guess Hikaru has double jump cancel, but I don't know how much they play like. I think they do at least. It's been a while. I don't know off the top of my head because I don't play too many characters that have double jump cancel. But whack. We got our curtain up. Get a little bit of health off that. So there we go. Chomp. Okay, I'm gonna look at it. There are a couple things I need to look at for sure, but I have some ideas here of things that I can see already are like a little bit much. Bam. I like that wind theme. Good theme. Alright, let me show some of the alts and see if they have some Vlampreys. He do be looking sad. Nah, he's just chilling. Kind of want to see if they have other ones that are. I'll save that one for Vladit. Okay, that doesn't change anything. I know that one does. Well, Morning Parlor. No, they might not. Impersonator, I think, does too, right? He's a Lamprey, which is like a leech. Ghost Pepper. There's a lot of really good ones in here. But yeah, I think we'll show off this alt because people want to see it. It's just one. Okay, gotcha. It's a really good one though. I didn't hear the sound effects before. The sound effects are so good on them. So, the biggest thing I need to know is... There's something that's helped 999. How much do these moves heal? They heal a good amount. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. That this character can heal quite a bit. So, healing in Rivals in general is a very taboo mechanic. It's something you have to be very careful about, and you have to give up something, generally, to heal. The fact that, yes, this character burns in the sun, but they don't burn nearly fast enough to make up for the healing. It's like, I can just push buttons and then... That hitbox is way too accurate. I can already tell you that. I would be so mad if I tried to down strong someone in a match and then just... Yeah. Definitely could have a little bit more. Is R-Wing legal? R-Wing is not legal. I like that move a lot, but I'm very bad at hitting it. Super fast, though. Burning needs to be toned up a lot. I think so, yeah. It's like, they got a lot of cool stuff going for him, but there's also some things that I'm not so sure about. Like, the hook is also another thing that I'm a little iffy about, because of the fact that it disconnects so easily. Like, the fact that you can leave it on is cool, but there's, like, no real way to guarantee you're gonna hit it because of that. That's cool, though. A little bit much, but definitely cool. Not little much as in, like, it's bad, it's just kind of over-the-top violence for this character. But if he doesn't put you into special fall if you have a baby, that's cool. I'll try it real quick. Thing is, you're going to get hit a lot. That's also another problem, is that characters' moves... There's a couple moves on this character that are really, really slow. Oh, you just eat them. like, there's not a lot of good, like, approach aerials. I think that's one of the big things that I noticed, is, in terms of kit, they could definitely use an aerial that's better for approaching, because their nair is kind of slow. Their forward air is probably their best approach normal, but it's still really, really slow. Like, how fast is it? Let me check. It's about frame 22, 21, 22. It's definitely slower than some of the others. As somebody mentioned, the animations. Animations, I think, aren't they even that bad. I think they look... I mean, there's definitely some... Like, it could use more secondary motion. But I think they're not bad. The one thing that's just noticeable with them is... Where is it? I was just about to mention it, and I completely lost what I was about to mention. Stuff like forward strong doesn't look like it's moving. It needs to have more motion, because right now it doesn't look like it's moving at all. I think down strong's animation is actually really good, though. I love that. There's no right to be that good for a joke skin. Yeah, it's definitely getting kind of late, but we're almost through them. But yeah, we're gonna put some stuff down for Vlamprey. Vlamprey is super cool concept. And healing is... it does not want to... Getting to the point where my... What is taunt with Bryanol? Oh, yeah. It's still a duck. Or... I mean... Could use secondary motion. But not trying to think of what else. What's on me? Just that it's getting late. People are getting tired, but we're getting through it. Super cool concept, definitely unorthodox. Healing's a bit much. Animations could use secondary motion, but not terrible. Game feel. Bit low. And then polish. I'm just putting for polish Brian Griffin. Oh, that's all I need to put. Alright, so we have 3 left. Still going? Yep. We are 3 left. We now have Mall Knight, we have Plusle Minun, and then we're going to end it off with Beryl, who was not part of the jam, but again, I wanted to look at them, so we're going to do that. So we're almost done. It's going to be one of the longest videos on my channel, I can already tell. Let's go default Mall Knight. That's a move. It'll be helpful for adjusting. I'm very excited to see what you do with the character. They look really cool so far, so definitely think that you've got good stuff going. We got Mall Knight, who has this Segway running around. And then we can just call it to us. And then it seems to be... I don't get what Segway's about. Does this have any moves while I'm segwaying, or is it just, it's a Segway? I can't tell if it has anything more after I'm on it. You can do that to clip to it, which is neat. He's cool. Fucking what expression? Yeah, I don't. No, I'm just worried. I'm just working with the expressions here. One of the things you can do is to do that. Before you finish up Plusle Minun, be sure to hit up that bird guy alt and discharge. Gotcha. So, I'm trying to figure some stuff out. Special is different if you're standing on the board. Gotcha. Well, the question is, can I take this? You can take it off stage with that, but what happens if it? What happens if you take it off stage? Like, what happens if I drive it off stage? Oh. Okay, it comes back. So why doesn't it? Okay, it does come to you off stage. My hands hurt after mashing B with him though. Dare is cool. I like Dare. I think forward special is really cool too. Give me bad vibe. So I have buttons for. I love the concept. I think at the very least I love the idea of this character. I don't. Let me check out the strongs. I haven't actually yet. Sure you. Does that do anything on the thing? Let me try some stuff. So this character's got a really cool concept. But, some things is like, it's very much, like, some of the motion on this character definitely feels very strange. Like, did we just lose it for a bit? It's kind of weird that there's not, like, an animation for it respawning, but I get that's probably a time constraint thing. But even then... this is a cool mechanic, but I wish there was more to it. Like, at least one attack would have been cool. Because right now you just kind of run it into people. And it's neat, but I don't really see much of a use for it. What is the hitbox on it? Okay. So, it's interesting, but... I don't know. I honestly don't know how I feel. Like, this game just got some really cool stuff. I love the segue. I think the segue is a super unorthodox gimmick. I just wish there was more to it. This feels kind of weird. Side B just lashes you onto the segue. You mean down B? You can do sliding strongs, yeah. But then the wheels get in the way. They look cool, yeah. I think the strongs need hit lockout. That's something that I can immediately notice as someone... Like, if I was a casual player playing, I think I would immediately... This is something that I would find. Side B? Yeah, I've seen side B. Oh, side B just lashes you onto the segue. Gotcha. Why is side B just because you become the segue form? Yeah, the strongs need hit lockout. Because there's so many times where that's going to happen, where they land a strong and then they get... And then they just get cancelled out of it because, you know, segue. The damage on it is pretty crazy, too. Down special is kind of crazy. And I do side B down smash a little bit. And just the angle of where you go when you catch it. Okay. So like. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I see. Got it. That's cool. I think this character's got a lot of cool stuff. I'm having a hard time formulating an opinion on this character. Because there's a lot of things I really like, and then there's a lot of things that I feel like could be done more. Even though we are now friends. Hello, something funny. Good to see you. Dash attack is very funny. Yeah, I think this character has some really cool stuff. I think, not, yeah, animations... Let's look at those. I think they're... it's hard to, like, grade animations because it's a very subjective thing. I don't think they're, like, Barr level, but they're not bad. They could use a few more in-betweens, but they're also not bad. I'm doing good. I'm just finishing up the judging, and then I'll probably go to bed because it's late. But yeah. So yeah, I think I have at least notes. This is going to be a hard one to judge when I actually put numbers down. But I do have notes. So I think theming. I disagree. I saw BK's stream. I disagree with BK. I think constant article that's basically like a duo but not is very unorthodox to me. There's that. I think unorthodoxness is fine. Art, again, could use a few more in-betweens, but not bad. What else is there? Let's go. I like the 360. I think it's very funny. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I'm sorry I'm being quiet here. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I think game feel is so hard on this character. Let me hit him with fair again. I'm gonna need a few more fairs. I think some of the moves feel really good, and then some of them feel a little lackluster. Like fair, not so great. But back air feels good. Maybe I'm missing something with forward air. I'm gonna check the hitboxes. No, it definitely is. I'm not missing much. It's harder on the ground, but it's still not a great move. But I think that's the thing. Some moves feel really good, some not so much. I think the thing with the segue is cool, but specials are I think the segue hit cooldown could be higher. Right now it feels like I can hit him a lot, and it's definitely feels very weird. What else? What else is there? I'm trying to think of anything else that could be here. What time is it over here? It's 12:40 a.m. for me, so I will be wrapping it up hopefully soon. But so segue hit cooldown could be higher. What else is there that I could look at? I don't know. Creative. Alright, and then polish. Polish is hard. They've got a couple of cool, neat touches, but I think segue definitely has some weird awkwardness. Oh, overall, pretty solid character. But now it's fine. It's time for the final two. It's all good. All good, Labino. You're good. But walling out an opponent is great in Rivals. I think you definitely can wall people out. It's... Yep, Plusle and Minun. There's a lot to this character. We'll go to... I'll go to the one that they wanted me to check, because I think it'd be funny. Where is it? Bird Guy and Egg. So, the way these characters work is they're a 2-in-1 character. I'm not very good with them, but you'll see some stuff. So they do desync sometimes, which is good. They're the one that I think is a lot of people's expectations to take it. And it's very understandable why it would be one of the best to take it. It'd absolutely be one of the... like, one of the contenders to take, because they're a very interesting duo character. They've got a lot of ways to desync, but they're cool. They're really cool desyncs. Like, you can... If I do forward special, I can actually move the other one during it, which lets me get all sorts of crazy stuff going. Wobble. They don't have an actual, like, wobble, but they have a lot of stuff they can do. The only move that could potentially wobble is... Nair, but nobody's found a wobble with them. Top 3 for sure. Oh, for sure. I think they're definitely top 3. Oh yeah, that's an issue. I forgot. Minun can't charge strongs because weird. But so they got. Then they have this where they can do helping hand. When you have helping hand out, the other ones takes a back seat. Yes. And while one is taking a back seat, what happens is the other one gains some interesting properties. They get new moves. You got some... Oh, the egg has its own too? 3 years until they will be added to wars, and 2 months until they are added to weeklies. Thing is, Ambi really hates this character, and I disagree. Because Ambi's like, oh, it's 6 stocks. I don't know, he's probably lightened up to it, though. I didn't talk bad about people. Because people are going to take that and be like, oh yeah, Zeta hates this guy, I should hate this guy too. No, Ambi is chill, I like Ambi. It's just, I know that he was not keen on the idea of 2 characters, but one of them can't die. But I think the problem is, it becomes a lot easier when you understand that these characters die to anything. Like, a Swift Breeze will take one of them out. A Swift Breeze will absolutely take either of them out. Nah. Don't send hate to people. That's my point. We all like the game. Just chill. They each have stocks? Yes. So if I were to do something incredibly stupid right now, like just jump off a cliff, well, bad example. Well, there you go. So now I only have Plusle. I can't do Helping Hand, but I can do... No. They do not lose anything. But, like, that's the thing, is you keep one. That was a thing of it. Up special is super neat? Yeah. Because Pikachu up special, but you only get one unless you have both. But they definitely can work on their own, but it's not advisable. They're better than Sopo? Yeah. They're definitely better than Sopo, but not super good. Basin cast. Alright, so I'm gonna just... This one is probably gonna be easy to go through, because there's a lot to this character. I think there's a ton of polish on him. There's so much... It's hard to say anything like bad about this character either. There's like everything about them is good. I think the one thing is bugs, but those are like inevitable. Do you have an alt called Amo in Gus? No, unfortunately not. Oh yeah, absolutely. One of them does not go into lag. Yeah, so you can like do one and then just move around with the other one for a bit. But the only problem is that it seems kind of awkward. Is it always your... Okay, it's always your reserve. What? How did I get poisoned? Oh, do I not see the poison effect until it's there? I think they're definitely up there, because they're definitely one that I want to place highly, and it's kind of hard not to... place them highly, so... That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna get placed pretty high. I think that creativity, they are second to none. There's some bugs that hold them back in the polish department, but creativity, they're second to none. Yep. You actually tuned in. This is the second to last character, and then we're done. We are almost through it all. So Plusle Minun. Super creative expansion gimmick. Their animations are clean. The 6-hour character judging stream. Yeah, I kind of wanted to all do it in one blast. Like, I could have done 2 3-hour streams, but 1 6-hour is, like, good. The animations are clean, super creative. I feel amazing to play, despite complexity. I'm just gonna put Helping Hand in all caps, because Helping Hand, let me tell you, Helping Hand is the coolest mechanic on any character. Like, okay, I have a duo character, but I don't know how to play the duo character. That's okay. I can play one character for a bit that has a bunch of these really cool moves now. I get Skull Bash, but then as soon as I'm like, wait a minute, they're near my other character, I just boom. That Henry makes it high. Yeah, we already went through Henry. Henry, it'll be in the VOD, but the TLDR on Henry is really good character. Could have done more for a jam character. But I think Plusle Minun are pretty much the perfect balance of... Let me explain to you, because it's hard to tell you what the problems with Plusle Minun are. So let me tell you why Plusle Minun are so good. So, the thing with Plusle Minun is they're unorthodox. They have so many mechanics going on that all do it. Yes, I know I'm still starry-eyed. I'm still gushing about the character. So there's so much to talk about with this character. So they're super cohesive. Everything in the kit just flows so well. All of their moves work well. Even though, like, there's a reason to switch between them because they have slightly different properties. There's up strong is just super, like, all their strongs are really good. My only complaint is that Minun does weird stuff with the charging, but because there's that fog. But there's just so much going on. Helping Hand again. Like, everything fits together. It's weird, it's wacky, and it fits together perfectly. There's reasons to use both, although they're simple enough that understanding one means you understand both. And yeah, it's just good. Also, the other thing, too. My other thing is, I hate to throw another character under the bus specifically, but it's one that I had there. When I was talking about Mira, one of the things I brought up was suboptimal options. An option with a character that lets you... Partner not charging strongs is intentional. Not that. The fact that when I switch to Minun, I can't charge... Oh, it's only stick. Never mind. It's not as bad. It's not as bad. It's only on the stick. So it's not that bad. I take it back. I was not aware it was only on the stick, but it's kind of weird. But it's okay. But yeah. What I was talking about was suboptimal options. So... If you remember Mira had that thing where it's like there's some weird stuff with the strongs where they don't feel as there. The bug where you could charge them in some cases, gotcha. But, what else am I looking at? Army, woo yeah. So the thing is, if I do Helping Hand, this is what I'm trying to describe and taking forever to describe. So if I do Helping Hand, and I'm just trying to do some crazy desync stuff, and I can just switch over, and I don't get the Helping Hand boost, but I can use one of them and then immediately switch over and use that as a way to desync. Yeah. It's only on the stick that they can't charge, so it might be something to look at, but... That allows you to string... Yeah. Yeah, I know that. But the thing is, when you are... Let me see if I can show my inputs. I can do that. That'll be an easy way to explain it. So... Oh, I'm not showing them over me. How do I show them in both? Oh, it's not showing because I don't have my HUD on. Hang on. Hang on 1 second. I want to show what's happening. It's a very small bug, but it's... Visselle had the exact same issue, so it's not a complete... It's not like a unique thing. It's a issue that a lot of characters have, I guess. But if we look at this, I show input on. So as you can see, it works fine when I do this with Plusle. When I switch to Minun, it doesn't work. But it does work if I push the button. So at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. It's just kind of weird. It's a cool mechanic, though, and I think a lot of it, like, the character teaches you their mechanics through their gameplay well. So, I think that's kind of my thing. It's like... So, anytime you need to just move, you can do so much with this character. There's a lot of stuff to learn, but there's a lot of things that make it really easy to pick up. That's another thing I should put on here. Lot to learn, but easy to pick up. So they're very, very good. They do a desync with crouch and taunt. Let's find out. Oh, you can! That's so funny. That's actually super cool. I did not know about that. Oh, but if you let go and you don't move away... So while the other one is taunting, you can just free to move. Well, sort of. Taunt itself desyncs you. Gotcha. Okay, no, you can move all that way. Yeah, the hallmark of a great character. Easy to pick up, difficult to master. But especially for a duo character, because duo characters generally have super hard entry barriers, and Plusle and Minun do not. You can pick this character up and immediately understand what you're doing. And even if you don't immediately understand what you're doing, you can just do this. Why play a duo character when you can play a solo character and then figure out how to make them a duo character? It's a super cool feature, and yeah, I think that pretty much sums up why I think they're one of the best characters in the jam. And yeah, they will definitely receive a score to reflect it. So, that's all of the characters that were submitted to the jam. However, I would like to talk about one more. And that character is Beryl. So if you don't know the unfortunate thing that happened to Beryl, what happened to Beryl was that Beryl was basically done for the jam, was pretty much good to go, but then just was like having issues, and so they decided to delay them one day past the jam so that they could fix up those issues. And it's kind of a shame that they didn't get submitted, but they were really cool, so let's talk about them real quick. And this will be the last one for the night, and then we'll bring it up. So Beryl, it's a barrel of water. Well, it's a barrel that's like a piece of coral that has like a water gem in it. So their normals are very goofy, which is sad because of last minute issues. And they have this water bubble. So you might be wondering, what's up with the water bubble? Well, I'll tell you what's up with the water bubble. And you can also get it with down special. But down special is risk reward because it refreshes it, but it destroys it if you miss. So Beryl's got that going on. I think it destroys it if you miss. Let me check that. Does it destroy it if you miss? No, it does not. I'm just wrong. No, don't mind me. So the main thing with Beryl is this house, which if you're a Guilty Gear player, you may know what this is. It's a Jacko hut. So now the kit might start to make sense if you're familiar with Jacko. So the way Jacko works, if you're not familiar with Jacko, is Jacko is a tower defense character in a fighting game. Jacko sets up these huts, which summon minions, and those minions then can attack players. However, they made the minions incredibly dumb, because obviously it would be really annoying if you would just constantly get wobbled by minions. So the way to make them less dumb is this field, because while they're in the field, they boost up. Oh no. So the field gets them to boost around, and it's just a lot. It's just really cool. But upgrading the hut is probably one of the most interesting things on the character to me. Because you upgrade the hut by actively knocking it into people. It breaks easily, but to upgrade it, you have to pick it up and throw it around. There's no camping. You can't just camp it and be like, oh, okay, it'll be fine. Also, once it's level 3... throwing it into something instantly gives you a minion, so there is still a reason to pick it up and throw it around, even after it's full charge. But, yeah, the character is super sick. Strongs are really good. They have the barrel flip. Does the barrel flip do anything? I don't actually know what this move does outside of just being really cool. Oh. Also that, I guess. Yeah. But yeah. I'm not gonna be too serious on my opinions on Beryl. Well, I want to give him. Looks fun, but just for the player playing him. Not really, because keep in mind that the AI is dumb as bricks. So, and I mean that in two senses. One, the minions are not gonna do much. They're just gonna kind of do their own thing. They're gonna try to hit them, but they're incredibly stupid. They're super slow. And the only way to really make them work is to get the water going. Now, Beryl has to keep up the hot pressure himself, so Beryl is not going to sit idly. He's got some zoning. He's definitely got some zoning he can do. But, I need to not keep up Bing. Up B is so weird. But I'll give him one more shot. I'm gonna go B barrel. I like the idea of... Is it a barrel of honey? If you play right, then it can be pretty hellish to fight against. Yeah. But I think they're definitely not impossible. Do they have the same weakness as Jacko? Let me check. Because they might not, and it might be that they need it, but I don't think that they really do. Because keep in mind that they do have some bigger differences compared to a character like Jacko that they're based on. Oh, if the hut gets destroyed, all the minions instantly die. So that's good. You can just smack the hut and kill it, because it has very little health. Can I heal the hut in some way? Like, if I do forward special and get a thing, does it heal the hut? Doesn't seem like you can heal the hut. So the hut's damage is permanent. You can always just make a new one, sure, but it's definitely not something advisable. You kind of want to keep it safe. You can heal it, or you can't heal it. Yeah, I figured you can't heal it, which is good. Jacko has a way of healing it, I'm pretty sure, or at least protecting it. I don't think it needs a way to be healed. I think it's very fine the way it is, honestly. Oh, you can destroy it though. It's kind of interesting. I mean, even aside from that, they have some really cool normals. I like back air. The more I play with back air, the more I like it. Up air is arcane up air. This character's super neat. I'm kind of just sad that they missed the deadline, because I think that they would have done okay. But it destroyed with aspect depending on the level. So like all of these moves are super sick. What character is this? This is Beryl. Beryl was a character who did not make the jam deadline, but I still wanted to look at because they're super cool. I love the animation for picking up and running with the hut. It's so funny. Get him! Get him, boys! No! Get him, boys! The best part about missing the deadline. Very unique, so top 5 or 8, yeah. That's the normal run? It might be, but it looks fine because of the fact that just the way it looks fine when they're holding the hut. Because of the crystal on top. I guess it is, but... Do they have a different idol when holding it? No, they don't. They just kind of pick it up. That's funny, though. I know about jab one down special? I do not. I don't know almost anything about this character. I just kind of decided to look at them. The jab... Oh, that's true. That's sick. I think that's very good tech, yeah. They have Arcane down strong. Not true, it's a cancel. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's cool. I think it's a good Gatling. I don't think final smashes are being considered, but I should show them anyway. It's getting late. I like the player join noise when minion spawns. I didn't even hear it. Oh wait, yeah, the one, the rivals one? Yeah, it's funny. I think it fits. So, what about... It's so weird to just destroy hot like that. I don't know if that's super useful, but I think everything else is. You hear the spawning noise in beta? Gotcha. Wham. It's a great thing. Get him, boy! I love the minions. They're legitimately the best part. Swarm them. They're not, like, super good. Like, generally, if you're moving, they're not going to chase super well. But they provide so much more of a more pressure. Throwing house is really good, yeah. Minions might need some buffs, but I don't know if I'm going to put notes down for this character, but I think that's my take, is Minions need buffs, but other than that, animations are super cool. This move feels a little jank, but it's cool. I like it. I love the idea of this command grab, because that's also a thing that Jacko had. I love just the Jacko inspiration, which is obviously like the main inspiration on the character, which is cool. Jacko makes perfect sense. I love this character. But Minion sort of needs to be moved up a tiny bit. Yeah, Minion. I think the idea is I'm fine with minions only being like really dangerous with shield, but I feel like they could use a little bit more aggression because right now they're look at them. But I think this character is super cool. Right now, I think their game plan is less focused on that, but yeah, they aren't super good infield either. But funny Beryl taunt. Oh yeah, I love Beryl taunt. Oh, they have Munophone, but they can't actually use it. That's funny. Top tier. Beryl taunt was placeholder. I could tell, but it's very funny. Like it's very obvious that it was originally we found the jam winner. I wish they're not eligible, unfortunately, which makes me sad, but yeah, overall Beryl, good character. Also, you can do that, which who cares? Win. Wait, can they climb up the side? Oh, okay, I see. That's actually cool. Jacko teabagging is so fitting. Yeah, I love that. I love that up B. Beryl was late, unfortunately. Yeah, but I think with that, we've gone through all the characters, and it's now 1 a.m. So I should probably take it easy now. But yeah, I'll try to get in the scores. I'll try to judge soon. I know other people are. But I'm trying to word. Beryl should be in the Jam Tournament roster. I think if I have things over it, I guess I'll end with that before I head off. Is if we get a Jam Tournament roster, I kind of want to add all of the characters that were like coincidental. Either were like missed the jam or were coincidental in their existence. So Ani, Tomo Climbers, and Bajinji. Yeah, if BK's making one, I should convince him to add those characters. I want Ani, Bajinji, and then another one. Oh, is there one already out? So maybe I was too late. But I know BK wanted to do one, so I don't know what's there. If I was doing it, I would definitely add all of the characters that were... Isn't Tomo Climbers desync online? They might. If they do, then yeah, never mind. But the rest of them, I think, would be cool. And then also I would want to add Beryl, Dogma, or anybody who comes out in between that. Over 6 hours with this respect. Thanks. I'm going to put timestamps. This is going to go out. I'm probably going to immediately publicize it. But Beryl should be in Basecast. That'd be cool. They are very fitting to how water cookers play. But he added Bajinji. That's fair. I think Bajinji makes sense. But overall, I think these were really good characters. I can't wait to rate them. I'm very excited to see who actually wins. I am going to bring this stream back up. It'll probably go in the folder for a little bit, but I'm going to re-upload it once I have timestamps because, there's a lot of stuff to this. But overall, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate you guys sticking with it. And yeah, I'm going to head out. So, yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye.